cool. Hopefully that's working. I don't know why I've got the Bevy post open. This is just literally the tab that was open. Must have looked up something previously. Anyway, so I don't think I want to do SDFs this stream because, to be honest, they've just been doing my head in. So instead, we're going to go open folder. We're going to go new folder. I wonder if this was crates. And then in here, we're going to create a new folder. New folder. And this is going to be called 5 patch. I don't know if that's a valid name, but anyway. We'll rename you to Bevy 5 patch. I like underscores more. There you go. Like that folder. Right. As I trust this author, then we're going to go new terminal car in it. --lib, and I'm trying out a new file layout sort of thing. So we're not open. We want to open workspace folder. No. What's it called? It's like add folder to workspace. Then when you go back here, I'm going to go projects, and we're just going to go like hexagon. No, we want to new folder hexagon. Yeah. So, welcome to the stream. So today we are going to hopefully, if all goes well, I actually have no idea if this is going to work because I feel like I've done this before and the Rust analyzer doesn't like having 2 Rust projects in the same thing. I'm going to open a terminal in this project. We're going to say cargo init. So what I'm going to do is I make like 5 patch, which is let's go get visual aids. So if we go, I think it's called 9 patch. Nope. 9 patch. No, 9 patch UI. I don't know what it's called. Oh, there's a Bevy 9 patch. Interesting. It's also horrendously out of date. So the idea is in like UI layouts, you can do what's called a 9 patch, which is that you break up your sprite into 9 images that scale differently instead of just scaling your whole UI. So you can say that this is the section that has the content, and then this is a vertical border, and this is a horizontal border, and this is a not scaled. So the idea is that you only scale the horizontal parts to be the right height, and then you scale the vertical parts. Well, by the way, horizontal parts to be the right width and the vertical parts to be the right height, and then the corners don't get scaled at all. It's 9 patch because there's 9 segments, and then the middle section is scaled to whatever size to fit your content. I want to do this, but for hexagons. So you can't do this with a hexagon, obviously, because the corners of a hexagon need to scale differently. So the idea I'm thinking is if we have like 1 strip across the top, 1 strip across the bottom, that is the point of the hexagon, and then the little segment here can be the flat of the hexagon, and then the center section is the same scaled as it should be scaled. I don't know how it's going to work. Mostly because I feel like just arbitrarily scaling it's not going to work very well, but and you might need like a custom shader, which I'm dreading doing, that basically clips anything outside of the hexagon so that you can make the borders the same thickness. But the idea is I want to make it like a separate crate and then make like a hexagon UI. So the idea would be that I've downloaded the Kenny asset pack as well, and so they've got like hexagons in here, and I was like, I want to make this so that I can scale it in a 9 patch style. So I guess we'll grab these 3 images. Just grab all the hexagons. Yes, indeed. Okay, so Control C. Then we need to go into the hexagon game. New folder, assets, and paste. Yes. Okay. So we should probably rename them to something more convenient, like tile 1. So 0001. Rename you to tile 0002. Rename you to 0003. 04. Rename you to 05. Rename you to 06. Rename you to 07. And rename you to 08. Okay. Now we have our 8 tiles to be able to test with. We have our test game. So let's go in here and go, you depend on Bevy. no, equals version 0.16. Then we want to go up here when you say you rely on Bevy equals version 0.16 and default features equals false, because when you make it create for other people to use, you don't want to turn everything on. Okay, so the idea is we're going to make a couple of different components. We should probably also have mod sprite and a mod node, I think. Right. So this, and why are you not? Yeah. So the idea being that we can like turn them on with features later, but the sprite would be for 2D stuff, and then the node will be for UI elements, so that you can choose which one you want to do, and because technically they'll work slightly differently. So I guess the first thing we're going to do, we'll start with, I want to say sprites, but UI might be easier. No, sprites will be easier because with the sprite I can just literally look at the different sizes of stuff and then be like, okay, cool. So we need to do something like use Bevy prelude. So then we need to say something like struct. Well, we can call it sprite plugin. We'll call it 5 patch. Oh, maybe we'll call it patch 5. Patch 5 sprite plugin. Okay, and then we need to go. Oh, we can do that, but you know, don't do this. I guess it is build, isn't it? Just do that for now. And then we want to go also a component, drive component, struct patch by sprite. So handle to the texture, I don't think is what we want. I think we literally just want to say it'll need some information, but for right now, it's just going to be a marker. Actually, so you need a I guess direction, which is going to be top level stuff. Mod, I guess we'll call it core. Don't know why today my brain wants to put everything in its own little modules. So we're going to say pub enum direction. We're going to say horizontal or vertical. So the idea being that depending on which one you pick, direction, core direction. Did I not save this? Maybe not. Okay. So we have this. This is a public struct. So pub struct. Okay, like that. And then we go mod prelude like this, and we say yep, cool, use that one. Apparently that's not public, so okay. So the idea is that the sprite will require sprite, I guess. Let's put it in here. We say hash require. I want to say it's sprite. Is that not how it's spelled? What is it? It's image node. Oh, because I've got default features turned off, don't I? So I need to work out where does that come from in Bevy. So we'll go back to here and we're going to go docs.rs. We'll go to Bevy and we'll see what feature that is. It's Bevy. Search, please. Bevy 016. Not going to be assets. We want to maybe search for sprite and go prelude sprite. Yes, component source, but what feature are you hidden behind? Oh, okay. Well, apparently answer is track down, maybe in main. I'm gonna go mute app equal app, add default plugins, add that. Okay. we need to also include our pipe patch. That's a good idea. Anyway, use Bevy preload. So we need to add u, so that is pipe patch, which is not dot dot slash. It's dot dot slash forward slash crates slash Bevy patch 5. I think that's the correct directory. If not, I can just say y. But anyway, so this is Hexagon Games. We're going to run this, and it's going to go, hey, I can't find y projects crate. No, so it must be dot dot slash caused by read y projects crate y. Yes. So if I run that now, are you going to find the right place? You are indeed. Okay. So in here, we're going to go fn startup. We're going to take in commands like so. Okay. I like that it's like the thing's actually managing to fucking find all this stuff. Yes, no, use Bevy patch 5 preload, thank you. So don't write spawn and then insert, no, thank you. We need to do this, nope, not there, yes. And then it needs to be sprite. Now, why is this not working? I think this is what I was talking about. The Rust analyzer is getting very confused because I'm into handler failed, handler text file not found. No, so you're working, but you're not working. I think it's because you're not the main repository, maybe? Like, yeah, probably. So you work, but you don't. That's annoying. Let's see. Can I use Rust analyzer into two projects? Yeah. Don't think that's going to work, but ooh, okay. Okay, so path to, so in, it says here we can say new folder. All right, okay, so I think what I need to do is I need to go open folder. We need to go back up here, go to projects, Hexagon game. We need to open this one. Sure, save whatever. No, don't save this workspace. I'm an idiot. Okay, open folder, go back, go here. Okay, select this one. Don't save. Okay, don't save. I don't know what I didn't save, but anyway. Then we're going to open workspace. No, we want to add folder to workspace. And we want to go back up here. We're going to create some patch 5. So now the Hexagon crate is the base crate. And then I'm curious if... Oh, this is still getting its errors. It's interesting. It's a step in the right direction, but maybe not. But that means that in theory I should be able to add a folder here and call it... Oh, yep, no, you can run now. Maybe because I've done both, it'll work now. I don't think so. I think when I save this, it's not going to run it because you're not like the core crate, but maybe. I think it's just cached stuff. Anyway. I need a terminal. We need a new terminal. We need to go, yeah, Hexagon game terminal. Did I not finish running the game? Probably not, because yeah, okay. So at least this is working now. So we can now F12 to here and go, hey, like, where are we inside? We're in Bevy Sprite. I don't think Bevy Sprite should be behind a feature flag, but maybe it is. Okay, so you don't like any of the stuff. What? Yeah, Okay, well, apparently the AI is just stupid. What was I doing? So it's Rust up here. We go, okay. So does Bevy have a feature called Sprite? Bevy Sprite. Yep, okay. So we need to go here. We need to go to you to here, and we need to say, hey, features equals Miss Bevy sprite. Okay. So then we need to go, hey, we need the asset server. Asset server. Res asset server. Oop. Okay. Where did my YouTube thing go so I can see chat? Somewhere apparently. Maybe I just absolutely might have just outright closed it. Good job, me. Oh, there it is. Okay. How did I end up putting you there? Anyway, well, first off, it's really having a hard time without one. We need to go back to lib and we need to make you public. Mod prelude like this, so that fixes that. Then it's add plugins, which is going to be our patch plugin. We need to add underscore system. Sys. Startup. This is start up. Well, can't spell for shit. Why do I keep typing E? No, fuck, I can't read my keyboard. Startup. Alright, so first off, I probably want to rename you to setup, because startup is like a Bevy thing, so I don't want to conflict the two. Private field, yep, okay, so we need to go to you, and we need to say that you're actually public, so I can specify you. Then we need to do a sprite, and we need to say, hey, sprite, you have an image, which is a handle to an image, which is the asset server.load to your sprite.png. Oh, the AI is like, yeah, I don't know where you want it, but anyway, so we're going to say we want to load tile underscore 0 1.png. Now here's the thing, I probably want to put the sprite handle in here so that I can insert the sprite lower down, but maybe not. Not entirely sure yet. I haven't quite worked that out. I feel like I want the children to be, and then I can up a layer. And that's not how you do that, thank you. We need to also do a camera, so commands.spawn camera 2D. I think the camera 2D doesn't need anything, it's just a camera 2D like that. And then can we run this? Is this going to work, or is it going to yell at me some more? Probably yell at me some more. So it's sometimes working, but IntelliSense is still atrocious. So I'm going to go back to what I was reading. There was a blog posty thing, well, the AI summary. Hey, tiny hexagon. So first off, we need to probably make you way bigger. So let's go with custom size, sum, vec2 new. Let's go with 512 by 512. Yep, like that. Just because I want it nice and big so I can actually see it. We also probably want to do something like set image plugin default nearest so that we get pixelated blocks. Run that. Please. Please and thank you. Interesting. So I don't know if the other one's working. Anyway, now is this nice big hexagon. Right. So first off, that is obviously that's vertical, because that's a vertical hexagon. Because my thought is if I put this sprite here, we're gonna have issues with, like, as you can see, the sprite is scaling like that. But is it the sprite where you can specify the texture atlas? I think so. Texture atlas. An optional rectangle representing the region of the sprite's image to render instead of rendering the full image. This is an easy one-off alternative to a texture atlas. Okay. When used with a texture atlas, the rect is the offset by the main Atlas's mid. Okay. So how the sprite image we scaled. Interesting. So what this tells me first off is that we can extract certain piece of information out of that to work out how we want to, like, what the rest of our rect will look like. Then the flipping. So basically what I want to do is by reading the sprite work out my flex rather than having the user have to specify all this information and then do it. Yeah. Okay. So my thought here is if we go here. So basically this is wrong for what I want to do because it's made all these lines thicker. So what I want is a hexagon this size but has a hexagon. The issue I think I'm going to have is first off the hexagon up here is going to be really flat and really wide. But anyway, we'll see how that looks. Probably terrible with this, but anyway. So what we need to do is obstruct 5-patch sprite. Yeah, I might need to actually do it as like a I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking in my head, I'm going like, I'm trying to design a system for hexagons, but I actually just want to do the 5-patch first. Because doing it for hexagons would be different, because you'd probably actually want to say you specify a line segment, and then it renders just 6 line segments and a fill color. But I'm doing the 5-patch, which means it's going to render this segment, this segment, this segment, this segment, and this segment separately, which changes how things work. But for now, we're doing 5-patch, not hexagon rendering. So, in Sprite, we need to have a something. So the issue I'm seeing here is when we specify a size to Bevy, the custom size, it takes our sprite. So what we're going to run into the issue of is the 5-patch should probably spawn all the children it needs. But if we extract the information from the sprite, then we need the user to make sure that their sprite's the right size, which is not going to work quite well. But anyway, let's just implement it and see how we go. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to make a system. It's going to be like fn update. Well, okay, so fn spawn yeah, patch sprites. The spawn patch sprites is going to be for a added, and we're going to query for well, we probably need the patch sprite and the patch data. Right, that's what we need to say, that you require sprite, not rep, require. So you require sprite like that, and then we're going to say added sprite. Right. So if I remember, the trick is with this one, annoyingly has to be done in different stages, is this will only spawn them, and then we'll do one that has changed that actually updates and sets them, because otherwise the changed one will hit the just added one. Like the added count, well, no, adding counts as changing, but changing doesn't count as outing. So adding needs to spawn them, but then the actual change logic needs to be done separately. Anyway, we need commands. Commands like so, and we also need your entity. All right, we could actually do this as a, we could do it as an observer. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Doing it as an observer to me seems better in that, like we run into issues of like, one, they have to be a flush apart because otherwise they won't catch it. But what we can do if it's an observer is just make sure that the observers, like one's watching for onadd, one's watching for unchange. Okay. Interesting. I feel like there's a way you can do that, but I don't remember how to do it. So let's just stick with what I know for now. So we're going to say for entity patch sprite in added iter. No. I mean, that is correct, but I like this, please. Then we want to say, yep, and then don't insert. Insert would be bad. So entity dot. So we need to children with children. with children. I mean, we could just stack them together and add the children, but that seems like a silly. Add child. Can we just like dot insert? I don't know if that's actually correct, but see, my concern with inserting this like this is that it'll overwrite any children it already has. So this is probably not the right way of doing this. Okay, so instead, the patch. All right, so we need, this is the public patch that you add, and then we're going to say pub struct patch 5 computed. Just please. So the idea of this is going to contain the data that I don't want you to be able to edit. This is not public, and then that will be able to contain metadata for me to do stuff. So this is going to be like left. Well, okay. So it's probably not left. Maybe 1. Patch 1. And then we need this. And we see the patch 2, patch 3, and patch 4. Please put that correctly. Thank you. So the idea being that this patch component, as I spawn these children in, will be the children. So the idea is that we're going to say so yeah, let's say let patch 1 equal, don't clone the sprite, maybe. See, the thing is I feel like we need to do some logic to work some stuff out, but I'm also going like, how do I actually go about doing this? So we can spawn that, we can answer that, we can say custom size sprite.custom size. Okay, and that seems like very reductive. Then we're going to say rect, and then it's going to be like option, it's going to be sum, and we're going to say, what do you want this to be? This is like a rect. Interesting. Well, what is a rect? Aren't you like a pixel? No? Ooh, okay. Minimum, maximum. Right. So we need to annoyingly match off of the okay. So we're gonna have some weird stuff to do. So first off, we need to say, hey, patch sprite. So we're gonna import patch 5 sprite. So sure, you can have that. We're gonna say pub. No, this is private. Fn spawn patch sprites. Right. So which is going to take in self and a components, which is a reference to mute components. You are also going to need a sprite. I guess we'll call it root, and we're just going to say this is a reference to a sprite. Because again, I want to be able to extract as much information out of the sprite as I can. You also need to return, thank you, an array of entity 4, because it's 4. It's going to be 4 of them. So this also uses patches, maybe. And again, the computed stuff, it's going to be like, look it up the way you look it up. Okay, so we return that, mismatch type expected array. So we're going to go down here, I'm going to say to do. Okay, thank you, to do. Right, so then what we do is we're going to say let patches equal spawn patches, passing in the sprite. Then we're going to insert computed with the patches. Okay. I feel like that's correct. So you're not a component, right? You need to derive a component. Right, so with that, now we have the extra information, so we can actually just do that, because all we need to do is actually make sure that you return 4 entities. And we can just do it for dummy entities and just make sure it doesn't crash. So app.add system. Systems, this is going to be, I want to say it's post-update, but it might be pre-update. Oh, I don't know, fuck, just put an update, because it's run everything update. Run it in update unless you can't run it update. So, that should do that, that should be defined, and then can we just return, entity, placeholder. No, that's not how it's spelled. Entity, placeholder by 4. Thank you. So you just return that, and we don't do anything with this, and then you do that, and you return this, and then that system should run. We want to go maybe back to here. We want to go add the editor. So we want to go Bevy editor underscore please equals I think it's a git version. Git equals I have to remember what project I can steal this from. We just go, it's too much shit open. So we go back to YouTube, we go to projects, we go forest tile, and then we go, hey, your Tom should have it. And then we just go, hey, copy this, please. Thank you. Okay, that should give us the editor, or the ability to add the editor at the very least. We go here, and then add underscore plugins, and then Bevy editor, please. Edit plugin. I think it's default. Okay. So first off, we need to do, you get this, and then you say app.add this. Yep, and then app.add that. And then we want to put a semicolon there, and we're going to say app.run. Thank you. Like that. Yes. And then we want to just say this one is config debug assertions. I don't know why my oh, it's because it's trading that. My telesense is just annoying me at the moment. So we need to go back up here. We need to say, hey, run this please, so I can see what happens. Okay. Editor plugin new. Alright, interesting. It needs to recompile a whole bunch of stuff. So patches. We can work on this while we wait for this to compile. So what we need to do first off is go. I kind of want to extract the size of the image, but because the issue is, I'm pretty sure that the rect here, which I guess is something I need to experiment with, is relative to the sprite, not to the custom size. So if I put a custom size in and then specify a rect, the rect is of the image, so I actually need to extract the texture to know that. But again, all this should be doing is actually just spawning in, which actually is, so that's going to be really easy. We don't even maybe I think I can literally just say commands dot spawn. So well, first off, we would need the root to probably be an entity like that. So this thing we're going to say so spawn and then okay, cool. So first off, did you actually spawn anything? You didn't, because you just put placeholders, obviously not. But you should have the gizmo, right? No, that's the camera. This one. Do you have my thing? No, are you not the right thing? Pointer entity. So it's definitely you. Sprite. Yeah. So where's my sprite? Ah, there. Complete computed and sprite. Okay, cool. So I probably want to do something along the lines of components.spawn. Spawn patch sprites. So I'm trying to think what I want to do. So obviously they need to be sprites. So we're just going to say sprite. And then I can just leave them default. like so, and then child of. Root. I think that works, but maybe not. Interesting. Is that going to work? I don't know. You need to be wrapped in a tuple though. Right. Well, it doesn't seem to be complaining, so that's good. Also, you don't get a semicolon, you get an apostrophe, and then we copy you and we paste you. Okay, so mismatch type, right? Because we need to go here dot id. Right. So we can do that to insert all the required stuff. Right. So now when I run this, okay. So we need to pass in entity again. Like that. Right. So this should then mean that we have 4 children underneath the image. We maybe should name them. I don't know. Yeah, we can name them and then give it a reason to be done in its own function, because we check whether it's horizontal or vertical and then name them accordingly. So, I mean, technically it'll always be the same. So, it's just which one gets scaled, which direction is going to change, or like by how much. Anyway, so we have you, and then we have these 4 children under you. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, so let's give them names. I feel like I want to put that behind a feature flag because that might get. I don't know if there's a performance hit for using components like that, but anyway, I would imagine not, because like why would we be using components if not? If there was a performance hit for you for just having components for the sake of having components. Obviously, it'll be slightly slower in the physical execution of the code because of the fact that it needs to do it. But anyway, name. Why are you trying to name them all the same? I mean, I appreciate the thing being done for me, but so it's patch sprite. This one's top, and then this one would be right. This one is left, and then this one is bottom. Wait, no, you're left, you're bottom. Top, right, left, top, right, bottom, left. Okay. Name, expected function. Is it new? New, new. New, please. New. Okay, cool. So we do that, and then that gives us our names, and then cool. Right. So now we have a 2-directional link because we have this. So we have the sprite. I am passing in information here, so I actually don't care if they're horizontal or vertical, right? So I think when you do the 9 patch, you need to specify I kind of want to use some of the UI elementy stuff to do it, even though it's sprites. So what we're going to do is we're going to say pub sizes, which is going to be a I want to say it's a UI rect, not a rect, because a rect is just a like a left right thing, isn't it? Yeah. So your minimum maximum, which is not what I want. It's in UI. Maybe I need to actually turn on UI, which is kind of funny. Well, so the way to check to see if that's the case, we come here and we say, hey, size and rect UI. Okay, so UI rect is obviously behind a feature flag. Where are you coming from? Bevy UI geometry. Okay, so that means the Bevy UI must be a feature. Yeah, UI. Okay. So the idea being, which is depressing, that, but it does mean that I don't have to feature flag the UI when I do inevitably try and make this all like an actual usable crate. So we need UI because we're going to use a UI rect, because I actually like the idea of being able to specify except it's a UI rect, please. Thank you. Okay, cool. So the reason I'm using UI rect is because UI rect uses vals, and vals can be specified as auto, which I don't know what I'm going to do if you tell it it's auto, but as a number of pixels or as a percentage or a v width or v height or v max. And so I won't be implementing these because it's a little bit too much work, but percentage and pixels seems like a nice way for me mentally to be like, you can specify which one you want. So UI rect, and then we're going to say all, and there's going to be pixels. Wait, no, it's val pix. Okay. So we may have to specify a scale on it. Maybe, I don't know. I need to actually run the game, so maybe let's just make you pix 10, please. Now, if we have that information when we're creating the thing, so we can actually do that. Okay. So what I'm trying to think is that you want to specify how much of the sprite, but also how much of the actual finished size. The idea being that I want to say it's 3 pixels is the width of my border. So it's what, 7 maybe? 1, 2, 3, 5. So basically this is 5 pixels, but I also want to say that I want it to only take up 10% of my screen, not it's 5 pixels and 5 pixels. So we may have to make that 2 separate things. Because the idea being that, like, when I scale it, do I want it to scale as it only takes up 10%? Or no, because then you would just scale it normally. So we need to then specify... Or how would you then specify? I mean... So we're going to still go that size. We're going to say pub base. And this is going to be a UI rect as well. So this one's going to be optional. I also feel like I need to get rid of new, because new is just starting to become one of those, you need to provide everything, and therefore there's no point. So base, and so the idea, the way that base is going to work is base is going to be of the sprite that you provided, how do we extract the sizes, and then when you specify a size, you can override the default behavior. The default behavior is going to be don't scale the base, and then you can override that to scale the base 2 to 1, something like that. I don't know how you specify anyway. So size is going to be a so in this case we're going to say none, and base is going to be I want to say it's all, but it's not all. Except what we say is a 5 pixels is the base, so that's not actually correct. Yes, please run hexagon game. Okay, weird. Why is 5 not correct? 5 not correct because technically the top and the bottom are going to be more because of the particular direction I'm doing. So it's 5 here, but then it's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 on top. So what we actually want to do is say rect so 5, 5, 5, 5. So that's left and right's 5, and then top and bottom is 11, right? 11, like so. So is it 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so that should be our base picked out. Right. So, interestingly, when we do that, we can, so this is when the 9 patch is added. So this, I think this is done. I don't think there's anything we need to do in here, which interestingly enough means we don't actually need access to the sprite. We just, when you're added, you just do that, which is just to spawn in the children. So then next we need to, I feel like we should pass in the component so that each child can grab the root. Maybe. Kind of. We kind of do need to make sure. I know, because that's going to be done in update. We do that in update for a very specific reason, which is that if we change the patch, we want to then have the patches updated. So just again, all this is for is spawning stuff. So we're going to then have a fn update patch sprites. Right, like so. Okay, so this is going to need access to mute. No, query. Query. Oh, well, okay. Sprites. Which is going to be a query for, I guess, all sprites. Mute sprite, like so, because that should allow us to set its size and scale, I think. And then we're going to say that should be it, and then we're going to say mute patches, which is going to be a query for patch 5 computed. So we're going to also need access to the patch 5 as well, because again, you provide some information such as which direction it's scaled in. So this is going to be patch 5 sprite, like that. Okay, so we can iterate through all the children. What does it look like currently? Just like this. So the first thing you're going to do, I guess, is mutate this sprite so that the core is missing. So you can use the information provided there to work out the information provided there. Okay. Okay. What am I doing? So we're going to go for patch. Let's go with something like patch computed patches. And then we're going to say patch data. In patch settings. Settings like this. Right. In patches. Like that. Thanks for that. Except I spelt that wrong. Patches. Okay. So I feel like again I need to provide you with the like apply patch thing, because the idea would be that I want to keep all the stuff in here, so this spawns them, because this might have logic that checks to see if you're horizontal or vertical, and I don't want to have to like match and then write the same code twice. So what we can do is we can say okay, no. So the first thing we do is, so let's write this block this out. So write this out in comments so I can work it out clearly in my head and then work from there. So the first thing we need to do is crop base sprite. Interestingly, I may need to trying to think. I might need to keep a copy of the base size, so that if you have set a rect, it then knows what that rect was and can infer from there. So we need to crop base sprite to only be center. Dash maybe store original. Size. Okay. So then after we've cropped that, we need to scale all children. We need to set all children child sprites to correct handle. Then set all child sprites to correct scale. Handle. Okay. I think that's it. I think those are the 3 steps that we need to do every time that, first off, this needs to be changed. Computed? No. Patch sprite. Anytime the patch sprite changes, we need to rerun this. So I feel like the computer should probably have maybe a original size. And this is an optional, I think it's just a rect, right? So the idea being that we are going to crop it so that we remove the edges, but we want to keep the original so that if you change it again, we don't, like if you specify it, we want to override it. So yeah, anyway, so patch computed. Pattern does not original size. Yeah, okay, so original size, like this. So what we need to do is, first off, so we need to crop you down. So how do we crop you? I think we need access to the actual sprite because we need to work out if the rect is percentage based or pixel based. So I guess trick here, which is just going to be original size none. Like that. All right. So sure. What are they doing? So, all right, we said to crop you down. So first off, you can go away. We then might need this mutable because no, yeah, like this. Am I able to do that? Is that allowed? I don't think that's allowed. Is this allowed? No? Okay, so you can't unpack immutably like that. That's a pain in the ass. Well, maybe. Mute. No. Okay. So data. Like that. Except you need to be mutable. Alright. So let's just, for now, work out exactly what happens when we crop something down. Well, first off, let's make sure that this runs. So, the issue is that you're going to... Okay, you should be fine because changed won't catch that. Oh. Okay, first off, that works, which means that is a bug to report. Let's open a notepad. Or maybe just like a feature to request. I have no idea where that toml is, so maybe don't go randomly editing the toml. Populated system system param does not let you use like so just writing this for note later. Basically in Bevy they've implemented, I think specifically implemented into iter for a reference to a query. So if I make this a query, right, I can call mute patches. I can just do that, and it's because a mutable reference to a query implements into iter, this works. But if I change this to populated, like that, it complains because it's saying, hey, populated doesn't implement into iter. And it should, because populated is just a wrapper around a query that won't run the system if the query is empty. So populated here, we look at it, says matches like is empty. So yeah, that makes it sound kind of bad. Anyway, first. So the idea is that this function won't run. It'll execute with, or it'll return with the didn't run skipped instead of didn't run error, and so won't run this system if there's nothing in this particular query, if this query is empty. And the idea, because you can also do, I think single is the other one, single. So single makes sense not to have that because single, obviously, there is only one. So this returns this will skip the system if there's anything except exactly one, whereas populated is just it'll skip if it's empty. And it should, in my opinion, work exactly the same as a query. You should just be able to dereference it like that. You shouldn't have to call .util. Okay, so paste that in. The idea, the reason I need to use populated instead of a query is I'm pretty sure that the changed will trigger, like as this system has run, before the patch compute is added, which means that the change won't be true anymore the next time, like the next frame when this has been added, because it ran once while this wasn't changed. That makes sense? So this changed, then this was added, which means that it didn't match this query, but then the next frame this didn't change, but it matches the queries. Whereas populated means that it won't actually get in here. Oh, maybe that probably still causes the same issue. My thought is it won't get in here if the computed hasn't happened first. So what we need to do actually is probably just cut this, paste it here, and we say, hey, we have to update before we spawn. No, that still will have the same issue. I'm trying to work out how to get it so that when this changes, when you change this, I guess what we need to do is we just need to put them in two different. Okay. And system. So this is pre-update. I think this is still going to have the same issue. Spawn patch sprite happens in pre-update, and then update happens in update. Again, my main thought here is that it's possible that the computed will not be inserted before when this has been changed, and therefore it'll run, and so that's annoying. Maybe we should use observers to not have that as being a case that can happen. Anyway, we'll find out if it's actually a problem at all. It probably is. I need to probably fix it. Anyway. So, now what we need to do is we need to go, annoying. I think I need to do that. Because I need access to your entity so that I can, so, first off, we need to go, let OK sprite equals sprite.get entity else continue. But you need to emit an error. Failed to get sprite for entity. Okay, that means we need to turn on Bevy logs if we're going to have errors like that. Okay, so maybe that I feel like I need to put behind a feature flag. So features. Trace. I don't know if trace is the right name for this feature, but anyway, an array, and then that is going to be, I want to say it's Bevy, and then Bevy log, maybe, and then default. Trace. I think that's how you do it. Not 100% sure. The fact that it's working tells me that is actually correct. So what we do here is we're going to say if config feature equals trace. So basically, if you've got errors turned on. Okay, so in theory, errors probably shouldn't be behind a feature flag, but I feel like I don't want to spam the console for other people. Anyway, so I should actually just call it logging. Call it log, and then go into our toml and call it log. Okay. So first off, we broke Rust Analyzer. That's kind of funny. So did our main thing run? Probably. We didn't actually do anything. So that's almost certainly, it probably ran, but we did nothing. All right. So anyway, log. Why did you not work? Default. Oh, because I changed its name. Log. Okay. So with that should fix that. That should fix that. Okay. So we get the sprite, we're going to get it mutable. Thank you. Right. Then we're going to say, hey, we need to crop you down. So we need to say, So I think what we need to do is we need to say, if patch dot original size, no, what do you call it? Data. If data dot original size dot is some sprite. I mean, yeah. Then we're gonna say sprite dot custom size equals data dot original size. So what we're doing, interesting. Wait, what? No, not custom size. Dot rect. Like that. So basically, I'm saying, hey, if I've stored a backup, insert the backup, and then we work from there. Okay. So then we want to say, for testing purposes, because again I have no idea what it's supposed to look like, we're going to say sprite dot rect equals. So I want to say we need to work out exactly how it works, because I want to know if it's percentage based, if it's what. So rect, it says it's original. Okay. An optional rectangular representation of the region of the sprite's image to render instead of rendering the full image. This is an easy way of altering alternative to using a texture atlas. Yes. Okay. When used with a texture atlas, the rect is the offset from the top left corner. Okay. So I want to say that this is now sum, and I want to say if I, because what I'm curious is, I know that my sprite's a certain size, and if I said maybe rect, so if we started 5 pixels in, so min is min is vec to splat 5. So we start 5 pixels in, and we're going to say splat to 10 pixels. So that should draw a rectangle that's only 5 pixels by 5 pixels, and it should be 5 pixels in, but it should then be scaled up. Okay, interestingly, we need to probably save the custom size then, because as you can see, it has made it fit our custom size. But it is only 5 pixels, and it is only 5 pixels, and it is like 5 pixels in, 5 pixels in. There is also like a weird dot in the middle, which is probably those other sprites. These are all probably one point sprites. Top, right, bottom. Okay, cool. Okay, so that is actually doing what I think it does. So now that's in pixels, right? So we have access to the sprite, we have access to the original size, we've restored the original size. So you can hear the birds in the background. Okay, so what are we doing? We're going to say something along the lines of we probably need to look up the actual sprites data, don't we? Yes, so we're going to need images, which is res asset image, like that. So we need to get the image. So we're going to say cool. If the image isn't loaded, do I continue running this? Probably, because it's only if certain spots aren't true. Somehow, annoyingly, I need to trigger a changed on you. So I might need to grab you mutably, simply for no other reason than so I can trigger is changed to get this to run again as my like indicator to myself that it needs to. Okay, this is going to be bad. Anyway, so what it is, restore the original size if there was an original size, and then also data.original size equals none. Restore the original size and clear your, because we're going to set that later, so we don't want to accidentally like not have it set for something. Okay, so what was I doing? So we have restored the original size. So restore original size. If we have previously overwritten it. Okay, so from there we need to get the image. So we're going to say let image interesting. So I guess just equals image.get sprite.image, something like that. Are you going to complain? I think I have to give you as a reference, because otherwise you're going to, like, you know, consume it. All right, so I think we want to leave this as an option because we will need to check later. It's only if it's got a custom size? No, because we kind of need to... Yeah, okay, so we're going to say let some image, right, and so I'm going to, again, if we've got logs turned on, maybe we should make trace its own thing again. So I'm actually going to make trace a feature. I don't know if that's what we want to do, but okay. Is Bevy trace a thing? Detailed trace? No. Well, there is trace. Tracing support. Tracing memory, Chrome, and trace. Okay. Interesting, but I don't actually think that's what we want. I think technically we just want to turn on logs. It's just that when I say trace, I'm going to actually report tracing. But we'll find out because it'll yell at me if I don't have it turned on. So you're just going to turn on, you're just going to say that you actually need a log. So trace needs log, and by default trace is off. Cool. Then we're going to come up here and we're going to say, hey, my 9 patch here, I'm going to say features trace. Right, so turn tracing on. Then we're going to go here, we're going to say if feature trace, I'm going to trace like this. We're going to say fail to get image raw sprite. Okay. Will attempting again. Next frame. This feels bad. This feels slow. I think technically, though this system isn't like exactly heavy, what I should probably doing is doing something like not actually Waker, but like putting a flag somewhere saying, hey, like mark this entity as changed when this particular asset loads, please when this particular asset loads, please then run this again. Anyway, so then what we need to do is we did these settings dot set changed. Set changed. Okay. So what I'm doing is, because I only do this if it's changed, I just set it to changed again if I failed to load the image, which is just such a bad way of doing this. But anyway, so next we need to say let size equal. So we have access to stuff in the image, right? Image dot size, which is okay. Interesting. Right. So we have something like this. This can give us the image size. This is going to be image size. Right. So next we need to say let me size. Size is going to equal a rect that is new. No. Okay, so just specify the rect, and then min is vec30, and max is image size dot as vec2. So the idea is that we are going to start by setting the image size as just the image size. Then down here somewhere, we're going to say you know what, this is again something that should become part of like this, because it's something I want to just call having the information that's in here without having to like write it all over the place. So it's fn get well, calculate size core size, right, like this, and it's going to take in self and yeah, image size, right, and so then base is self dot base. No, that is not how this works. You're close, but to be honest, it may actually be correct, but I'm going to write it the way I want to write it because then I'll know how it works. Let new size equals rect 0 and image size, right, and then we return size, and then yeah, cool. So we can do that, and then we come down here and we say, hey, let size equals, I guess then we can set it immediately. We can say sprite dot rect equals calculate image size from the image size, like that, right? Then we just need to make u as vec2, right, like that. Why you okay, you're equal to sum. Okay, interesting. So here's the thing, we say if data original size is sum, then sprite equals this, and then data original size equals none. Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. So since we restore that to that, means that if this is none, we don't do that. Okay. That should be fine. I'm just thinking what I want to do. I'm trying to make it so that when you change it, it doesn't go, hey, it's been set previously, and then use the previously set one. It's so if I've extracted one, I want to restore it, but I'm going, I need to do something here that's like, if it's already got one set, so like I want to go like if sprite dot rect dot is sum, then data dot original size equals sprite dot rect. So the idea being that if we restored one, you restore this. This should be fine because we need the if statement, because I was thinking, like, because what the issue becomes is if we just, in theory, could just do this, because it's like, hey, just copy it, because if we've restored one, we set it to none. The issue is that if we haven't restored one, we will then grab one, which means we would need to be setting it to none if you are none, and then that is it. But because we're saying, hey, if it's sum, set it to none, and then if we haven't actually got one, it, but then it is sum. See, this is why I feel like it needs to be a Boolean, like not an option, because as we do the option, it overrides stuff. So we set this to data to the original is none. Yeah. So this will always just clear it. The issue here is if sprite.rect is sum, we grab the original. But my thinking is that what will end up happening there is if it's none, we'll come through to this once, but then it's no longer none, but this is still none. So this would be none, so we wouldn't do this bit, which is fine. But then we'd get to here, and now it is sum, so then we would set it, which means that the next time round, if it was none, we would set it to sum. Such a pain. What that means, I guess. And then it becomes annoying because it means if the user then changes it. my thought is that we can just hide the root, because then all we need to do is just spawn 5 of them instead. And so when you turn the sprite on, no, because then you can't turn, you lose the ability to turn it off. It's purely because I know that once I calculate this, and I don't want to just store a bit that just says, did it set it? I guess the thing to do would be, if we set it, we need to somehow set something else. So we can't do this until we go to overwrite it, and we only want to save the original if this is sum. Right. Wait. No. So if it's sum, we restore the original. Because we're always going to overwrite it, which means that this happens every time. We always overwrite it. The thing is, we need to know if it's us again, like if the one that's stored is the one that was restored. I guess one thing you could do is check to see if the exact sizes match or something, but that feels like a really bad way of doing it. So we would need to do it like here. We need to say, hey, get us our image size. And then we would need to say let new core size equals settings to calculate core size, and then we say sum, and then we say core size like this. And it's like, why do it that way? Is because we can check to see if core size is equal to the rect, and if they're the same, then we assume that we've just recalculated the core size. The other issue is we need to actually branch if Right. Well, that does tell me something though, because that tells me that first off, we want to do something like if let sum size equals, right, yeah, we can do it equals image dot, no, not image, sprite dot rect, like that, and then we do this, and then we say else core size is equal to settings with the image size. I mean, technically we don't need the image until here, and ironically that actually means that we can do this, because we can say, hey, if we know what the rect is, we can just pass the rect in. And then again, because of that logic, if you've set a rect, this does make me think that I need to somehow incorporate this into the else branch of this, as in, like, if we don't set this, then you can calculate this, otherwise use this one. Okay. So I still haven't worked out where you're going. So we're going to say let core size equal, cool, except you need to be like this, like this, like this, and then you just return rect like that. But now it does nothing, but that's, again, this is because we haven't actually implemented anything yet. So the idea would be that we pass in the size of the actual image, and so we restore the image, we pass in the size. If we don't have a size set, then we get the size of the image, hence we only need the image to be loaded if you haven't specified a size of the image. Then we say let image size equal to size, then we calculate core size equal to this. So instead we return this, like that, and instead we would say rect, and then we say that the min is rect to 0 and the max is that. Here it is. And then do that. Okay. Why is this important? Because I think if we end up in here, we know that the size is sum. Like the data restored size is sum. Which means that we can set this. Right? And then we come out and then we set it to sum. Why this is important? We should do this first, thank you. Ooh, yeah, okay, cool. Because we still have that. So what we do is we go, hey, restore the size if we've overwritten it previously, restore the size. Then we go here and we say, hey, is there a size set? If so, store that. And then calculate the new size. Calculate the new size. If there's not one stored, we never set a previous one and then we override it, which means when we come to here, we will set it back to none. Because, okay, maybe that implies that we want to actually not do this. We just want to do this. No. Because then you get to here and it is sum. We're still running into this issue where we just need to actually know if it's our first pass through. We might just have to keep a boolean. Because each time it's like when it runs it again, it'll catch it because this isn't sum, because that's how we know that. But then this is because we overwrote it. Which means we catch it here, but we don't know to restore it because we didn't have an original to go back to. You could do an option of an option. That seems like a really bad idea. The only thing is, an option of an option would mean that when we run through, we can say, is this set? If not, grab it. But then you still run into the same issue of if you then change the size after the fact, we don't actually know that you've done that. I'm just so thrown. My assumption here is that it's at the level of complexity that it's probably not worth letting you have your own custom offset into the sprite. You just have to make sure that you specify the whole sprite. Maybe. I feel like it's important to do it, but at this point we're starting to run into the redundant, like, or the recursive thing of we're constantly going to be setting it and then setting it again and setting it again, which means we just kind of want to leave this code out and go, I wish I should be committing this stuff to Git because, you know, where is it? It's like let core size equal this. Okay. Core size. Oh, I'm coming that. Okay. I should definitely make this, like, we should commit this to Git. So I want to add an existing repository, choose YouTube, creates patch. Select you, add patch. Okay, and then we want to also, okay, so let's run it, see if it works, and then we commit that because I really don't feel like losing a bunch of progress because I was an idiot, and I'm also going to grab something to drink in a minute, so. Okay, so let's commit this. Working. Commit. Okay, I'm just going to quickly grab a drink. I will be right back. Okay, now, what was I doing? Okay, so, yes, I don't remember. So, image is loaded, we've done that, we've, well, apparently it's not working because, wait, oh no, it is, because we just return the rect wholesale, right, okay, so, this means we need to match self.direction. Right. Okay. Right. We probably want to say let mute out equals rect. The reason we need to do that is because we need to keep a copy so that I can actually do stuff, and then we just make it not mutable. Yeah. So. I guess technically we could just return it wholesale like that. Yeah, not the moment. So please fill the missing arms. Thank you. Okay, so you return a rect with a min rect min. Yeah, something like that. No, it's not very good. Vec to new. I'm going to need some help functions here, and this is going to get complicated quickly. Okay, so we need a get from val, which is going to take in a val and a size, which is an F32. And you're going to return an F32, and we're going to say match val, like so. Don't want to panic, so val sent val auto is just going to return 0. Yep, and then val pixels will return. Okay, don't pass it in by reference because again it's just a thing. Just comment you out for a second. So val is 0 because technically it's everything else is underscore. Everything else is 0, and then so we can go back to percent here is percent, which is then going to be percent divided by 100 times size. Right. So I mean, why ever divide by 100? I actually have no idea if the compiler would be smart enough to know that you can just put the reciprocal in, but I'm going to put the reciprocal in. So times by 0.01. Yeah, instead of dividing by 100, we times by 0.01. Right, so the idea is that I don't want to have to go through each one. So instead I can go, hey, turn this value into an actual number that I can do something with. And so in here, we say that we are going to return a rect, which has a min, and then a max, and vector. Don't do this to me, please. Okay. Okay, AI, stop AI. Okay, so the minimum X, if you are horizontal, actually, I don't think it matters, does it? I want to say no. So we just say rect vec2. Sure. Okay. So the reason it doesn't matter is because technically the center is going to be square no matter what. So there's no need to do any of that stuff. So we can say X. So X is going to be yeah, get value base dot and width. I feel like that's correct. Right, so your minimum is the X value, which is to get the bases left passing in width. Is dot width actually a thing you can call on that? Huh. So it is. And then your y is top. Yeah, right. So the idea here is we pass it in, we say, hey, whatever the left is, so if you say like 5 pixels from the left, we set the x in 5 pixels. And then we say y, and you say, like, you get the top and you set it in so many pixels from the top. And then you're going to be the same, except I think you need to be negative. You need to be, like, rect dot width minus this value, and then height minus value. So the idea being that I assume, don't actually know if this is correct, but in theory this is correct. So the thought here, right, so just move this into its own thing. Technically it's like a utility function. Yeah. So the idea here, so if I'm doing this correctly, so we pass in the current rect and we go, hey, I mean technically this isn't right, because this would be max dot x minus max dot, and so this is like the maximum x and this is the maximum y, and then I think technically this would be rect dot min. Okay, I'm trying to make it in such a way that if I do add that feature that I was trying to work out before back in, it still works. So rect dot min dot y. Right. The idea being that the amount from the left that we are is the minimum plus the amount from the left, and the idea is if you specify a number of pixels, we'll just return the number of pixels, but if you specify a percentage, we'll take that from the size of u and return it as percentage. Okay, that should hopefully work. And then now it doesn't just return the size immediately, it actually calculates a new size, which is this one here. So we calculate the core size with 0 and the maximum, so that should just be fine. Image size, and we set your rect for the size. So now when I run you should get a rect that's not just the full size, and that should crop down our thing because we've specified those two sizes. That's the important part here. We're specified, so this should only be a square. Okay, that does tell me that when we actually spawn it in, we say 5, it's actually 6 pixels. It's 6 and 11. Because, like you can see, it's not cropping that extra one off the side. Okay, so that means that this is working. Now, I do kind of want to just get rid of this stuff because it looks hideous and I don't want comments everywhere. And okay, so now it's cropping correctly. Here's the issue. We need to change the custom size. So maybe that's what we store in our old original size, because we need to tween you down. Yeah, we need to scale. We need to shrink the image so that it takes up the same space. So here's the trick. We need to, in our startup, commands.spawn, and don't give it the patch. And the idea being that if we don't give it the patch, this will be like a what it should look like. And so we can say fn toggle solid toggle unpatched. Okay, so this is going to take in, we need like some kind of marker. I know it's just sprite without. So so we need a query mute unpatch, which is then a query for visibility without patch sprite, and then we need to input. And then we're going to say res button input key code, like so. And then we're going to say if input dot just press to space. Okay, no. Match visibility. Inherited. Technically we want inherited to become hidden. So both of these become hidden, and then hidden should become inherited. Okay, so you're yelling at me for something. What are you complaining about? Okay, I love spelling mistakes are fucking everywhere. Where did it pull query in from? No. Why? Why does it always do this? The prelude always wins. Thank you. Please, for the love of God. Every time it pulls in query from text somewhere. I'm like, no, that's not what I want to fucking do. Thank you. Okay, so what are you saying? You're saying that mismatched types. Okay, so first off, we want to say that dereference visibility equals match visibility. Then don't assign it here, just return like that. Right. And then we want to toggle this in startup. No, this is app.addSystems update. Okay, toggle and patch. Okay, so this should let me have two spawn in, but like be able to toggle it on and off. So that is something we need to do though. We need to shrink your size. Now, that I think actually does use this logic very well. So we need to change you to a vec2, I think, because the idea is that we need to have the original size. So that didn't like something crashed. Oh, because it's already running. Okay. So need to close you, rerun you, and go okay. I also feel like I need to turn on the trace level reporting. That's probably why it's not doing it. Hey, then when I hit spacebar, it turns off. So as you can see, it's filling the void with the thing, because it's, as we crop it down, it's getting smaller, but we're overriding the size. So what we need to do is say something like dot set. And I want to say it's Bevy log plugin, right? And then we want to say I don't know how to do this. Log plugin. So we have filter level, filter out logs that are less than the given level. This can be okay. So let's look at what the default is. Default. So default is info. Default filter string, WASM errors and warnings, and then custom layer. Optionally add an extra layer to the tracing subscriber. This function is only called once when the plugin is built, because box layer, type dyne layer, because boxed layer takes a dyne layer, vec layer is also an acceptable return value. Okay, access to app is okay. So I have no idea. So let's just go, hey, level. What does this filter actually do? So I kind of want to just like leave you a dot default like this, but I don't know if this is actually going to show me what I want to show. Like, is debug the lowest level? Level inner. Okay. Why are you rapid? The trace is 0. Ooh. Okay. So first off, please filter it. So how did your filter work? So you had some kind of filter string. So default filter. So I'm assuming filters. Do filters get through or do filters get removed? That's the question. Because if filters get through, that's first off weird because that's not how filters work. But then again, I mean, it is how filters work. But so if I say do that, is it saying only? Dot into. So WASM equals error, NAGA equals warn. So can we say that Bevy, what are you doing? Bevy equals debug? No, equals log info. I feel like, is the filter decreasing, increasing? What is the filter doing? Because my thinking is that if the filter may be decreasing level. Filter the logs using the envir filter. Okay. Hey, offset. Getting node 0 from free list. All right, so it still spams it with a lot of stuff, but that's because these are actually different. These aren't Bevy. Interesting. So can I instead say that this is info? Right. Does the filter the other way? Can I say Bevy 5 hatch equals trace? And can I go the other way? Can I overwrite and go the other way? Can I increase, decrease? I don't know how to describe that. The idea being like am I overriding what the base level is? Interesting. So I think the answer to that one is no. So if I make you trace, okay, no, first up, do this. So the very first thing I want to do is say go here, go into this plugin, and I'm going to have this plugin print trace. Can't feature trace. So first off, does that turn up? Because I feel the issue here is that if I type Bevy, Bevy's going to catch my one as well, which means I'll have to call it something else. So first off, hey, patch 5 sprite plugin build. Right, so that means that this is actually setting it to trace. It's just, funnily enough, never hitting the trace, which is kind of nice to know. Oh, it's because I'm probably not setting a size? No? Interesting. Okay. So let's get rid of these comments now. Get rid of this. Okay. So we have to crop base sprite to only be center. Maybe store original size. Okay. So we've done that. Okay. So next step is to resize base sprite to compensate for new rect. Right. No. So I think first things first is restore original size. Annoyingly, again, we're running into that same issue of I have no idea how to go, don't do it the first time round. I mean, the obvious thing to do is to go, hey, when we do this, can we just like grab the sprite, please? And then we stick this in and we say, hey, original size is sprite. I mean, this probably would have been the smart thing to do the other time as well. We just say sprite, and then we just say sprite dot no custom size. Right. So thoughts here is restore the original size. Is we only have to do this if I mean, because we grab it originally, it's fine. We can just say dot original size. I am thinking though, that we may need to keep track of if the user changes the size of a sprite. We may need to back propagate that into our thing, our patch. Like we need to update this if the user sets the sprite, but not if we set the sprite, which is going to be somewhat difficult. My only thought to do that would be to say like a sort of dirty variable that we set when we change the sprite that then gets cleared just after the system, like the patching one goes. So it's like as long as you don't change the sprite directly between us checking to see if you've changed it, that's clearing that we have changed it. Okay, there's got to be a better way of doing that. Anyway, so sprite.rect was okay. So if data dot original size dot okay, well, so if let some size equals data dot original size, right? Because basically, if okay, funnily enough, because we're doing that, because we grab the original size when you add the sprite. Well, actually, technically, it's adding this that should trigger this. There we go. That's fine. And since this will only run if you actually have a sprite already, which you already force a sprite to be required. Okay, so when you add the patch 5, then we go through, we go, hey, can we please, yeah, when you add the patch 5. So we do need to work out some way of doing the change detection sprites. That'll be fine. Okay, anyway, so if let some size, the original size. So we don't need to restore the original size because we're actually just going to keep track of the original size. We just grab the original size when we originally get credit. Okay, resize brace sprite to compensate for new rect. The idea is if you don't set a base size, then you shouldn't need to do that because we just make it smaller and therefore like it will shrink by the amounts that it shrinks. And then my only thought is that may wreck it in that if you take more off one side than the other, it may not center itself. It'll end up moving weirdly, but I feel like that's intentional if you're doing a deliberate offset of the 9 patch, 5 patch. Okay, so if let some size, original size. Okay, so we then need to say, hey, we have our core size. Right. We have this weird logic too. Now, interestingly, because of how this works, we probably want to calculate our new rect. Because we have this rect, we need to know how much we shrank it by. Because this is the image size. Interesting. So what I'm trying to work out here is we have our size and then we pass in our size here, and then this takes in this rect. So we need to return so we need to have the core size and also our removed Well, I guess it's patch size. All right, and then the patch size, so I guess technically it'd be calculate core. And then calculate core is going to need to return U, and also, I don't think a second rect is correct. But maybe. I feel like I want a UI rect, but that's just also incorrect. I feel like I just want to maybe make in core just a struct that's just pub to the crate maybe. Struct patch size. And then they're 4 values, and then we can go here and we can say, hey, can we come down here and say patch size, like that. And then we go, okay, so ironically, I think this actually works kind of well. We can say let patch size equal get value left width rect height. See. Now, technically, we'd probably be better off saving those values and reusing them, but I'm going to leave that up to the compiler to optimize that. And then down here, we say it's U minus... So I guess technically that means we can go to U and we can say, we can impl patch size like this, and we can say, it's not width, not height. How are you working? So you were dot 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 dot. So you're, I guess technically we'd call you min. So min. So min needs to be passed in a start, which is then a vec2, and you return a vec2, and then it's start.x plus left, and then top. Okay, yep. Sure, yeah, it's the reference to self, right? And then max is, ew, no. Do that. Thank you. Now please use Bevy prelude vec. Trying to keep the minimal number of imports in this section. Okay, so then we come down here and we just say, hey, your minimum is patch size dot min rect dot min, and your max, and then we need to return that and patch size like that. Right, so then I don't know what you're complaining about. Down here somewhere we say, hey, we have our patch size. This is the amount that we changed everything by. So okay. I'm trying to work out. So I have the size here, which is a UI rec, so we can specify that different edges are scaled by different amounts. So we have the original size of the sprite, and then from that we have to work out something. But I haven't quite worked out what that something is. I was just trying to get you to go away. Please stop. Okay, so how do we calculate the size? I think again we just start very naive. So I guess it's if sum. I feel like this is going to have 4 implementations at this point. We kind of want to be like match data original size we have an image size up there, so we can say It's not sprite, is it? It's settings. Settings dot size. Right, I want to match both of those because I kind of want a case where like none. So in the case of none, then we have to calculate something, and then the case of everything else is just going to be to do. Okay, so fine, A, B, just so that I can get it to report an error, and then we can just say not in how do I, it's just not implemented, not in what the hell is the macro with a similar name unimplemented? Ugh. Patch resizing not implemented for original. Do this, and then if a dot is sum. No, just say sum else none. There we go. Sum I don't know why I spent time on an error that I'm never going to reach because I'm going to implement them all tonight. But anyway, okay, so none. So we're going to say let custom size equal. Okay, now we need to make sure you return a custom size. So the way to do this is if both are none, then it's image size minus what is it, patch size. So we go back to patch size. We're going to say, hey, patch size, you need another function. I guess total. This is where I always struggle. I never know what to name things so that other people would be able to use it. Anyway, so total on the X is the left and the right, and the total on the Y is the right and the right. And so what we do is we say, hey, image size dot minus custom size dot total. No, not core size. Patch size. Patch size dot total. So then, whatever the output of this is, which is actually we're going to turn you into a as vec2. Right. So basically we subtract, if we haven't got an original size, which means you didn't set a custom size for the sprite, and you haven't made an override in the settings, then we know that the way to do it is just to subtract the number of pixels that is the normal image size. So basically use the native resolution and just shrink it enough to not be scaled, hence this. All right, then we're gonna for now we're gonna implement the only one we're actually using, which is, where is original size coming from and how are we getting? So original size is custom size. All right, so that's what we're using because we're actually setting that, and I think we're setting none, aren't we? I'm only implementing the one I'm using at the moment so I can make sure that it works. We set that to none. Okay, so we need to say we are implementing sum size and none. Right, meaning use the native thing, which is then, I guess, just size minus that, isn't it? and then we do this and we say sprite.custom size equals some custom size, which does translate to it's only going to be slightly smaller because again our number of pixels that we're doing is only like 5 to 15 or something, which is going to be a little bit weird. Anyway, that should work. I just need to remember what I was doing. So what we will need to do is we need to also spawn in another one of these. This one probably needs a custom offset a little bit. But this one's going to not have a custom size. This one is just going to be purely default, so it should be really small. We're going to give it a different image because... Did I start at 0? No, I started at 1. Everything's 0 based. Okay, so then we come up here and we go, hey, can we go to like, can we load 0, 0, 0? And I need to give you a transform from translation vec3 x times 512. I don't know if that's going to be off the screen because it's 1,000 pixels wide. Let's make you maybe 300 because that should definitely put you outside of that. Okay, we end up with a funny looking gray rectangle, which interestingly, is that correct? I feel like that's correct because it's this section here. This is what we should see, which is kind of what we do see. Okay, and then we do that and we turn this on. Now, what's interesting about you is you're only cutting it down by like a small amount. You also, I mean, I don't think it's technically wrong. It just feels wrong, but that's because you can see all the way to the edges because it's only going to be a few pixels wide. Oh god, and it crashed. Good job, Bevy. All right, so let's commit that to Git because it's working. So what do? We make core smaller. Make okay, update custom make the sprite custom size smaller to compensate for the removed edges. Okay, so that's working. Now, not completely because we're still doing stuff. Anyway, set all children sprite to correct handle. I feel like I should do both of these in the same thing because like it feels like a stupid idea to loop through twice. But anyway, for I think we do need I, but maybe not. I mean, we can just say for I in 0.4 because there's always only 4 patches. Then we need to do both of these things. So setting this the handle is probably the easier one. So we're going to say let child equal I'm gonna say let okay. Now it should be an error if you end up with not having one, so mute child equals sprite dot get underscore mute. We need to make sure we actually get the information we need here out of this sprite if we do, because we're going to be grabbing the sprites I guess. Otherwise we have to turn it into a separate query, which there's no reason we can't. So we need to get specifically dot. Yep, yeah, cool. Right. So we get this. We go here. And we go, hey, if log, can you error failed to get sprite for patch entity, failed to get sprite for patch child. I feel like I want to do like a utilities thing. And then we're just going to say, hey, like, config feature equals log fn child ID. And this is just going to take in ID, which is a view size. It's just going to return a static stir. It's going to match invalid child. So it's top, it's right, it's bottom, it's left, invalid child. Cool. Okay. You're public, please. And then we're going to go to you, and we're going to go, can we go here and say, hey, can we go create utils child ID? Cool. So say we'll grab the sprite and go, hey, oh, okay. So you get the sprite no matter what, because that's just what you do. Then we say, hey, can we say child dot, we also need your transform, which makes me go, I probably want to leave sprites as sprites. So this is I mean, at that point, just move the mutable sprite up here. Right. And then I feel like we can say patches, and then I feel like I need to name you something else, like cores, and then you can be patches. Don't rename that. Patches. Because in theory, it's not possible to be this without that, so that's not going to change anything. Then we just don't have to do this entire error case. Just doesn't exist anymore. What was it? It was just called sprite. Like that, and in lowercase. It's mutable. I think, does it need to be mutable? Do we actually change the sprite in any way? We do. We update its rect and its position and size. And then you need to be without patch by sprite. Okay, so the idea is that we can then say patches. Get mute. Otherwise, okay. So set all children's sprites to correct handle, because now we can also we know, hey, we need your sprite. We also need your transform, like that. So then we can say, hey, please go new position. We'll transform and then sprite. All right, right. All right. So then we say set all the correct handles. So we're going to say sprite dot. Okay, so we need to rename you to child. Right. We say child sprite dot handle dot image equals sprite dot image dot clone weak. I make a weak clone because we don't want patches that shouldn't exist. Whatchamacallit? Like, because we could just make a handle, but the idea is if you despawn the sprite, it's invalid for the patches to stay around if you remove the core. So I want a weak handle because then the texture may unload and then hide it if it does occur in actual production, and otherwise it should never actually happen. So if the sprite does unload, it also makes it technically slightly faster, but I don't think that matters. Okay, so set all child sprites to correct scale. Okay, nope, we need something else before we do that. We need to set all child sprites to correct size, which is technically what you're doing, so that's irrelevant. Set all child sprites to correct position, which we want to do first. I also have no idea how the position is going to work, but that's going to be fun. Okay. That's a good suggestion for the API there, my friend. So we're going to go to core, and go, hey, can we have offset? Oh. Alright, so what we probably need is an actual enum for this, is a pub enum patch. Right, and so we're going to top, right, left, and bottom. Right, and then we're going to say, hey, can you get me the offset of patch? Which is going to be a patch. And then you're going to return, sure, a vec2. I think technically you should be returning a vec3, but we'll worry about that later. I don't know where this pat came from. I pulled that in from somewhere apparently. Okay, so this is offset. So we need you to also be drive, clone, copy, probably debug, maybe even display, I don't know. We're going to pull patch, we're going to say hub hitter, sure, top, right, bottom, left. Okay, lovely. And then we come in here and we say, hey, instead of doing this, can we say patch? And then we want to go patch, which is core patch hitter, like that. And then it should get us all the patches. And then instead of going I, we say data. We say, hey, data, you, can we import patch 5 computed? This might get moved into its own thing because of the fact that it seems to be like shared between both. Because again, we're going to do this for UI and sprites, but for now it's just sprites. Anyway, fn get patch, take patch. The answer is no. Don't return an option. Because an option doesn't make sense. There's always an entity. Hey, then we don't even need this. We can just say patch. Okay. Now. Okay, so patch. We need to like dot extend 0, I think, because we need to make it a vec3. Transform. I don't think that's correct, but I'm going to do it anyway. I also don't think it's patch size, because technically patch size, we need to know the correct. I did love that. These like 3 little ones are drawn on top. So right. So what we need to do for one is work out. So it's so maybe before we set that position, let's comment this out and be like, this happens later, but like I'm just doing it in like the logical sense in my brain of easy to test. So we're gonna say set child rect to correct size. So interesting is that we need this here. So I feel like since we're using this so much, we should probably just say this as image.size. Right, and then we go calculate core with image size. Right, and we pass an image size, and then we go, hey, down here, can we say set child rect, and then we say child sprite dot rect equals sum, and then it didn't work out exactly how I'm going to do that, which I think because we're settings and we calculate core size, and this gives us a patch size and a core size, and then something tells me that if I pass in patch size and image size, I can calculate. Okay, so we want to say patch size dot rect, and then we pass in patch and image size, right? Because the image size is the size that we're of the bit we're cropping. Okay, so then we got to go to patch size in our core and say you need a rect, which takes in self a patch, a size, which I don't think is correct. I think it's a rect that you take in. I mean, yeah, because technically it takes in a rect, because the rect doesn't necessarily have to be how to put it, the at the moment we're doing 0 to image size, but in the future if you specify a subrect to begin with, I want it to use that subrect, so it needs to take in a rect because you could actually be a subsection of the image that we are then making a subsection of the subsection of the image. So anyway, so it says rect core patch size. Yes, but if I come here, okay, so the way that this is going to work is definitely not by passing in offset. I feel like this is just wrong. This needs to be changed to like to do. Nothing should be calling that at the moment anyway. All right, we need to actually bring that in, so that's fine. So that's as simple as rect, like that. Okay, so the way this is going to work is we're going to take in the size, and then we're going to say, hey, you're just going to be because that's the original. Yeah, I'm just double checking that I actually understand my logic. So core size here, we pass an image size. Image size is the original size, and that's what we're passing in the image size. The original size before we calculate how much to cut out, and this tells us how much we cut out, which means that using that we can tell exactly what. So we need to match the patch like so, and do that. Okay, so okay. So the way this works is we're going to leave. So if you're the top, the way that the top works is that the x's stay the same, the minimum dot y stays the same, but then we're going to say size dot not so self size dot max dot y equals size dot min plus top. I don't know if that's correct, but I'll go through them one by one, and then we return size. Right. So size, so the maximum, right, which would be the bottom, we set the lowest bounds equal to the minimum bounds plus the top, so just down a little bit. The right is the, we set the minimum equal to the maximum, subtract the right. Yep, that seems right. We set the bottom equal to the min is equal to the maximum, subtract the bottom, and then the left is the minimum, subtract the maximum. Okay, so that should cut them down so that the left side is just the left slice and the right side is just the right slice. So we can actually test that easy enough. Something's complaining because I'm passing something in wrong. Interesting. Right. Doubly interesting. Why do I need to know your custom size to be setting custom size? Patch size. What do I need you to be a vector 2? I feel like when I call total here, I should maybe, because this is the only place I'm using total, I should rename total to something else. So maybe total makes kind of sense. I think size, and then we pass in cell, and we pass in a the thing is, we were passing in the image size, which I guess is fine. It makes me feel like at some point I can just reuse this logic a little bit better. None we use image size. Okay, so then you take in base, which is a vec2, and then we just say that x.base minus self.total.y. Okay, so then let's say let. Yeah, I have no idea if the compiler would catch that I'm using the same value twice on a computer at once, but I'm going to do it anyway like that. And then we're going to go, hey, can we just instead say hash.size, and then base is image image size dot size. I don't know if that's actually correct, but anyway. Anyway. Okay, so we now set the children's recs to being correct proportions. So when we rerun this, this should give us just the right slivers. And in theory, on the one that's over here, he looks so dumb. I mean, it actually probably is correct, isn't it? They need to be offset correctly now. It's because they're like, I've changed their heights so they're all just sort of stacked on top of each other. But in theory, that is the correct. You're not quite correct, but that's probably because that's a different sprite. And in theory, that sprite is just actually a different size and shape. All right, cool. I might just quickly, for the sake of making this a valid test, fix the test. So if I change this to 0 and then rerun it, it'll render that one. I can then extract what size, because it's obviously not, it's not 6, 6, 11, 11. It's something else, and that's what's broken it, is that okay. Oh, I don't want to. Let's just comment it out, copy it, paste it as a like so 0, 0, 0, 0. I have to count things, but then basically the idea, I'm overriding it so that I can see what it is, calculate it, offset it. Because I think what it is it's probably like maybe 5, 5, 10, 10 by looking at it. So turn that off. So to get to the hexagon, it's 2, 4, 5. And to get from there, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, so it's on you. It's 5, oops, wrong spot. 5, 5, 10, 10. Something like that. And then rerun this and go, this should be right. I probably could have actually just changed that one. couldn't I? Let's go back to you and say, hey, you're actually a 1. Thank you. You can go away. And then you can come back. Thank you. Alright. So, the more fun thing is... Well, that's interesting, because you don't go away. But they go away. Interesting. Interesting. That's more to do with my dodgy code than, like, for hiding and unhiding. My assumption is that this is correct now, but I actually have no idea. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's run with the assumption that it's correct. Don't mind this. Don't mind this. Okay, let's run with the assumption that's correct. And go back to here. Okay. So we have to position them correctly now. So we just do that. That just updates their offsets. Now, I think I lobotomized this code. Yeah, it's going to crash immediately. So, okay. So offset. Cool. We need to. Now, here's the issue. Is that patch size only knows how to offset. What do you mean? What is this? What? How do you know that it's negative? It's not wrong, it is negative left. But why have you wrapped it in parentheses? Like, why would you do that? Also, why would right be that? No, just add right. Why would you left then add right? Just positive right, positive top, negative bottom, negative bottom. I think that's seems... Is that correct? I don't know. Is positive y up? We'll find out. Yeah, positive y is up. Yeah, yep. So I feel like you should be in the right spot. You don't appear to be in the right spot, but I feel like you should be in the right spot. In as much as interesting. So first off, the bigger issue is that we're adding 2 pixels when we're quite clearly removing more than 2 pixels. Why are you cropped at the bottom too? That doesn't make sense. Something tells me I'm doing something wrong. If you're top and the bottom and the left and the right and okay, so it's probably because it's the order that they're layered in. Okay, so I do have some interesting questions. So first off, this is quite clearly an ordering issue with you. So now the question is, why are you disappearing when I open you? Where did it go? What? Okay, something fucking weird's going on there. Sprite. Which one are you? Oh, we'll just look at the transform. Which one are you? You're can we just make your Z like 1? I think that'll be on top. Okay. So you're at 11 apparently. Now, why are you at 11? Is the better question. I think it's because you're 11 wide. You're 11 high. And then you're at 6 because you're 6 wide. And then you're at -6. Right. So the position... So they're correct because they've come down that much. No, I think they're correct by random fluke. I actually don't think they're even correct. Like, I feel like if I moved them higher, they might even end up being in the wrong spot. Yeah, so they're not actually in the right spot. Hey, actually. That's interesting, isn't it? Because that has a certain amount of... It overlaps with you, which means that we actually do need to know if it's horizontal or vertical because we need to crop off that extra bit. Though maybe not. We do, but we don't, because technically you'd never actually see it. Anyway, where are you supposed to be? Like 13. Okay. Which I think also means that technically they should be at like 11.5 or something. You? Something tells me that you are supposed to be 11 actually seems maybe correct. Interesting. Right. So they're right, but I think they're right by fluke. They just so happen to be a third of the... Okay, not by fluke, by the fact that they're hexagons. They are a third of the hexagon, and the way that hexagon heights work is that it's the square root of 3. So a third means when you stack hexagons, if you want to move from here to here, one hexagon up diagonally, you go 1.5, which means that this is exactly half. So it's a half, what, a third to get to 1.5. I don't know if that adds up, but anyway, it's because the hexagons are a third by that ratio. Anyway, so the fact that we have 2 and they happen to be moving a third is exactly what's happening there, is because it's exactly a third. Anyway, so this is not correct. So, well, it's offset, but we need to offset by something like, we need to take in like image size. So it needs to be like image size dot size. I feel like I need to calculate that somewhere so it doesn't keep calculating it every time I use it. So let's rename u to image rect. And then anywhere I call image size, we say like let image size equal, nope, image rect dot size. Again, the idea is as soon as I replace this with code that actually cares what size the user provides, then this will changes. So we then want to change this to image size. Please. Okay, thank you. Image size, and then you would be image size plus the patch. But hilariously, both of these are vec2s, which means we can then wrap you in parentheses and then go extend by 0. Thank you. And then we just add that at the end. So that should fix that, maybe. Maybe not. I mean, it might be image size divided by 2. Oh yeah, we're probably gonna need image size divided by 2. Well, ironically, it made no impact on those. You, please come back, baby, come back. So transform. So your translation, you moved the whole thing up, didn't you? Right. So the whole thing's been moved, which is really hilarious. Bottom. Right. So yeah. So the whole thing moved up, which is very much incorrect. So what that translates to is I probably just want to say that the offset is that, and we just want to pass in the image size, because depending on which one you are changes what you do. So we're just going to, we'll need to extend you still, because like that. But we're going to pass in the patch and then also size. I'll pass in image size. And then we go here, and we go, hey, can you please take in an image size as well? Two, please. All right. So the top's going to be 0, but then it's also going to be size dot y times by 0.5 plus top minus top. I feel like it's minus top, but maybe not. I don't know. Ooh, actually, it might be times this times by 0.5. So go up the size plus the half back down. It might be minus, but we'll find out. And then you would be well, I guess technically the best way to do u is size.y plus bottom times by -1/2. And then you're the same, your size dot x plus left times by -1/2. Is that the right offset? I don't fucking know. Also, it's not the image size, it's the custom size. The custom size is what we should be offsetting by, not the... Okay, well, the trick is, did you work? No, you're off by miles now. That is kind of funny, though. So that's you, and I want to go, hey, what are you... So, first off, your transform's like 300. That didn't seem right. -21. Alright, so it's your custom size. That's where I'm going wrong. What are you supposed to be? 11. Right, and we also need to trim those down. That's right. Bottom. -11. Okay, so it's not image size, it's custom size. Alright, well, first off, let's just pass in your custom size then. No, you get image rect, you get custom size. Right. Because we're trying to offset by the width of the core, not the width of the total image. I still feel like it's going to be a little bit off, but it should be closer. Okay. Okay. Yeah. My dodgy code. I should have marked the specific sprite one to disappear instead of it. The fucking I'm going to be even lazier, and still I'm not going to make a marker. I'm just going to go here and say without so the patches won't disappear, and anything that has a parent won't disappear. It's just so lazy. Okay, but look at that. They're at the right spot now. Okay, so their recs do need to actually care what one they are, because what orientation it's in, which annoyingly, because I'm grabbing the rec from the patch size, actually, I mean, I feel like the computer should be stored in there, and when I call something and I pass in something and I do something, what do I do? So here, when I say settings calculate core and it returns the core size, I should really be doing that in it, like, as saving that into the computed. So core size, because then we can keep the patch size. So what that tells me is I should probably say something like data.calculate core size. This will mean that the patch probably doesn't actually become... So I want to cut you, but then we have to pass in the settings, which is kind of backwards for what I'm trying to do. But anyway, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to say, hey, when we say calculate patch, and then instead you have patch size, and then you can have a thing of patch sizes, and instead of returning that, you can return the rec that is the core size. And then it's not self, it's settings, which is a reference to a patch sprite like this, and then it's settings.base bottom, and then you return return this, please, like so. And then I don't know what that actually does in terms of, I don't think it changes anything, and we just come down here and we just say, hey, pass in settings and the rect, which will then return that, which then returns that. And then instead of every time we were calling patch size, we should call data and then rect, right? Which means that we need to go to, technically this is just a pass through at this point. So rect, which then takes in a patch and a rect, and then just calls patch size.rect, This should just be like inline always. Anyway, so then patch size to offset. Okay. Offset self.patch. And again, inline always, because it literally is just a wrapper. So then we say data. Okay, lovely. So then you would be dot size and then data dot total. Interesting. So my question here is, if this is when we call this size, which just calls fn rect, that's the size, and then it calls that, and then like so. My curiosity is, if I call this and you're just subtracting, okay, so you calculate the total and then you just say the base minus the total, and that's the base minus the total. So then we can literally just say we just say data.size. See, so we just change which one we're using. That's fun. Now the thing is to calculate core, we need to make you take in a mutable reference, mutable self, right? And then we're going to say, I mean, technically it'd be do self dot patch size. I don't know if there's the best way to do it, because we could technically reassign each one, but I feel like just reassigning the whole thing is probably easier. Then we just self.patch size. Okay. So we get patch, and then okay. So this should be get patch entity. And like that. Right. So right. Patch size. Empty. Default. Sure. So we have to go to patch size. We have to say derive default. So the default is no patch size, which is good, because that technically would become a secondary thing to mark whether we've done at least one calculation, because at least one patch size should have been calculated, which means that when I was going, hey, like, how do I do this? Which I think is this bit here. I don't know. Wherever it was that I was going, oh no, what am I going to do? I could just check to see if the patch sizes have actually been calculated. And if they haven't been calculated, then it hasn't run. Okay, so we have to set all children sprite to correct handle. Then we have to set child rect to correct size. And then we set all children sprites to correct position, which is patch, and then custom size. This makes me feel like I should be storing custom size inside of data as well. I don't know. Anyway. So that tells me how far off each one is. So when I get their rect, we need to store whether it's horizontal or vertical, right? Which is, we pass in the rect. We also need to pass in rect. So this also needs a direction. So this is settings dot direction, like that, right? And then we have to go to your rect, and we have to go direction, like this. And the idea is that okay, direction. Okay, actually, I'm going to call this EQ because I feel like I may need this later. But rect horizontal. Right. I don't actually know. That doesn't seem like it's going to be correct anyway. Pub and rect vertical. Oh, vertical. Right. So first off, this is not how it's done. Anyway, so we need to fill in all these, and then same with you. We're just going to replace you and go, hey, can you? Well, I don't know what key combination that was. Not the right one. All right. So the idea is that patch equal patch horizontal patch vertical. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say, hey rect, can I then match direction horizontal and vertical. Right. So do that. Can't move because direction is not clone. But no, direction, please. You are drive clone, copy, and debug. Okay. Anyway, so we need to go back to wherever our rect is being calculated. Somewhere lib. Cool. Right. So rect equal allow dead code. So I don't care. Okay. So this. So top when we're doing a horizontal. Question. So I mean these can all just be left as to-dos. A vertical. Okay. So the top on a vertical is what the top was on equal. So patch top like this. Right. Okay, wait, what? Size. Rect. Right. I don't know why I decided to take this approach, but it's the approach I've decided to take. Right. So size dot max of the y is equal to this. Then we just have to go down here and return size. And same with you, just return size. Interesting. Okay. I feel like this is something you could really like do a niche optimization in assembly. I don't know why my brain decides to like always want to optimize something for no reason. Like, so what you could do is if you put this argument in the correct position, or like, I don't know what the Rust calling convention is, but the idea is you could put it in the right register, or like put the whole like the data in the right registers, so that when you call this function, it's where you expect it to be, and then you update the values in place and call return, but you never actually move anything because it's in place, like it's already in the register that it'll be returned in. But I don't know if you can actually do that. I just like theoretically you could go like, hey, I'm going to make sure that it's put into these registers when it's called, and then when I return, it's already in the right registers. Anyway, so I happen to know that top and bottom on a vertical are the correct ones. Right. But left and right, I mean, technically. I mean, surely I can just say size equals self dot rect equal, right? And then top or on top or bottom, do nothing. Again, a lot of this I'm kind of leaving up to the compiler to do a good job, but okay. Then on you, we need to clip the right amount. And same with you, we need to clip you the right amount. So we need to say that, so this is the right side. So we need to say that the size dot min dot y minus equals self dot the minimum y, which is the top. So I guess minimum y plus equals top plus equals self dot top, and min max minus equals self dot bottom, right? And so the idea is that if you're the left one, no, you're still y, you're still top, you're still bottom, which actually means that I think left or right, they both do the same thing, because basically what I'm doing is let's get it to compile, and then hopefully it shouldn't crash. It shouldn't, because this one should never be called. Okay, so what I'm doing, if we come over here, is I'm going, hey, this is a vertical hexagon, which when we say vertical hexagon, I'm saying that the flats are vertical. So that's this. So what I'm doing is I'm going, if we turn that core off, interesting and hidden, right. I need like all three of you to be visible. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, when I work out the recs, I'm going, okay, make all the recs equal, which is to say capture all of the top, all of the bottom, all of the left, all of the right, and then if you're a vertical one, chop off the top and bottom of the straights. So like clip these down, which admittedly it probably doesn't actually matter if it does overlap, but it might if it does scaling or something like that. I'm not entirely sure how, but the idea is, so I'm basically going, hey, if your straights are this way, clip them to this height, and that's what that does. So in theory, we can do exactly the same thing. Let's transform with your way. So they like it matches up exactly. So it does exactly the same thing. This is going to do exactly the same thing. So we're going to go here. And we're going to say size equals rect equals. So work out the recs as if they're all equal. Then left or right, you're just going to do nothing. And then top or bottom, top or bottom, we're going to say something along the lines of the minimum x is the minimum x, so shift the minimum edge in and the maximum edge in. And then that does exactly the same thing, but we're doing it in the other axes, which currently we don't have a hexagon set up in. So that's fine. The bigger issue with this is you have to actually physically have a texture. So maybe we should grab one of these. We'll grab this red one, open it in GIMP, rotate it 90 degrees. So we're going to say File, Open. So you actually have to modify the image, because in theory, if you just rotate the wrong YouTube, this you. I really need to just like move everything on the other hard drive. Let's say it was UI. No, wait, we can go to my game specifically, because that will probably be easier. Projects, hexagon game, assets, tile 8, open. Zoom, 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 and then we want to go, hey, can I transform, rotate? The answer is no. No, it is. Okay, I can just rotate you negative 90. Negative. And then we say rotate. No, don't do that. What have I got turned on? Normal, yep. Show image, preview image, interpolation, none. Okay, cool. That was disgusting and did blurred all the edges. Then we need to file and then overwrite. Alright. So that's not okay. So now you're 90 degrees out to everything else. Cool. Which means when we go to our game, we're gonna add another test case, which is to just say, hey, you, Control C and Control V, and then we're gonna say you're a horizontal. Yay. Now, technically, I should probably, and then you're probably should do more of these and go, hey, can I make a version of you that's horizontal, but you need to also, we need to flip these, so it's 10 10 5 5. I'm trying to think. So I want to make you horizontal, but I want to somehow indicate that you're wrong. So it's not this. We want to go. Okay. No, here's correct. No. I want you to be at 300. Like 50. Well, that's not how you do this at all. Alright. And then do the same thing with this one. So, and again, copy this, paste this, make this negative, make this negative. So, and then you want to be vertical. So the one that's higher up should technically be incorrect. I don't know how we're going to know if it's incorrect, but the idea is that we're going to look at it and be like, hey, if you use the wrong one, does it actually look like you're using the wrong one? Is there any difference between them? There obviously will be a difference when we actually start scaling things, I would assume, but it might just be more of a, like, it's just wrong. Like without like an obvious, like, you can tell. Anyway. Can I just like change your visibility? Apparently you're not on the screen. Ah, yes. Well, that would make sense. Visible. E. Okay. A. Okay. So, next is to increase their custom size. Now, here's the issue that I see with this. So, first up, what the hell did I do? That I need to commit this to Git because it's working. What did I do? So rect something offset. I just moved a bunch of this. I think there's a lot of stuff moving around, so that's not important. We added the utilities that we then immediately removed. We moved where patch size was. We moved a little piece of that around, and again we added utilities. So let's get rid of the utilities and that because we don't need that. Sprite. So what did we actually do? We set all sprites. Okay. Position. And crop patches. Okay, so we position and crop our patches. So next, what is next? At this point, we just apparently never touched the entity, which is kind of funny. Makes sense though, because we went from grabbing the sprite out of a batch of sprites to not grabbing the sprite out of a batch of sprites. We instead just have the sprite owned, so that's fine. So next. Something's complaining. Okay. Failed to get image for sprite. We can probably just say sprite dot. Well, it's not integer. It's something like sprite dot image. Now, that's kind of useless because you're not going to be able to know what the hell that ID is. I think maybe. There's a possibility that handles that are strong, see, because it's an atomic reference count to strong handle, which contains a path, which means that it's a possibility that when you print out a missing sprite, can we actually test that? This would also be a good proof of concept of like when we shouldn't. So just copy this. Control C. Maybe don't actually do that. Okay, do this, but change this to sprite 8, which doesn't exist. I'm curious what it'll say, because we have trace enabled. It should just spit out continuously that we're failing to find 8. And I'm hoping that it actually says 8 and doesn't. Why is that? That is a good question. I suspect it's because I set up my streaming before I got Starlink, and so the stream just defaults to that. That, or it's decided I can't output it at higher quality. Streaming. Encoding preset fastest. Very fast. Enable custom encoding settings. No. Where the hell is it? Video. Base output scaled. It's so my recording like. So I'm 1080. Well, not quite 1080p. 1050. I don't know why it's 1050. Anyway, so 1610. I don't know why the output to the YouTube is. It's not something I've got turned on in YouTube. But, maybe. Ultra low latency, but that says that 1440 doesn't work. It is an interesting question. Why can't? Where would I even set that? Now I'm gonna have to open a second YouTube tab, and I'm gonna navigate to starting a stream. I'm gonna see, is there like a tick box that I've accidentally ticked to make it 720p? I'd have to imagine it's nope, don't rejoin the same stream. That defeats the whole point. I'm trying to see if I went and scheduled a stream, reuse settings. Somewhere. Details? No. Streaming software. It's got to be the streaming software that configures the But I can't see it in the streaming software. So, output. So for recording, we output to there, but I don't care about recording. Streaming, we video bit rate of 1400 kilobits. Okay. Audio, and then encoding is software. Interesting. Fast. See, that's the thing. I don't. Output mode simple. Recordings cannot be paused. The answer is I have no goddamn idea. Properties. Start virtual camera settings. My suspicion is maybe that I've got the bitrate set too low. It's possible that I've got the bitrate set too low. If I just bump it up to 8K, the issue is if I go too high, it'll just drop lots of frames, and that's part of the reason why having a lower. Okay. Well, I doubled the bitrate and it immediately jumped up the bitrate, but now it's low again and it's jumping up and it's going, oh nope. Now the connection is not great. Well, I've increased the bitrate. I'm probably going to start dropping a lot of frames. The other suspicion is it's possible. Oh no. Oh, we just bring this over. It's gone red. Oh, infinite screen. So why? Wait, is this screen bigger? Why does it fit on that screen but not this one? Weird. It's the same screen. Like they're identical monitors. You know. So I've upped the bit rate to 8,000, and now it's not capping out, but it is telling me that I'm dropping a lot more frames. Maybe, yeah. But I mean, FPS is capped at 30. I kind of want to lower the FPS because with streaming something like not a video game, it's probably better off to have a lower FPS and a higher resolution. Like I would rather stream at 1440p, except my monitor's not even 1440p, so you guys would see. I don't think it's actually possible to do that. But the idea would be that like I could output at a higher quality so people can read the text without necessarily needing to output at 30 FPS, because 30 FPS is like overkill for I'm editing a text document basically. Can we go to a higher resolution now? No. Can I edit something in the settings? Customization? Trailer, redirect messages? No. Details? It's possible that because I started the stream at a lower bitrate, you can't turn it up. The answer is still feeling very much like I don't know. Yep, I'm gonna stick with the answer of I have no fucking clue. Okay, wait, the stream is higher than the recommended bitrate. Wait, what? It reckons I should only be using 1200. That's the what? 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 So that's even more confusing because now it's saying that I'm sending too much data, which, you know, admittedly, failed. Strong handle image change path. Okay. Well, first off, that's nice, but also it didn't work because it should be saying that every single time, but it only said it once, which means it's not actually working. Anyway, like if you actually did end up loading the picture, it still wouldn't be loaded. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know why you can't turn the stream off higher. Maybe now that I've upped the bitrate, next time I start streaming, it'll be higher quality. Like it may be one of those, YouTube won't let it go up a quality now because it started at a lower quality. But even then, like YouTube is saying that like I should be streaming at 12, and I was streaming at 2500, and I was streaming at 4000. So like theoretically, that implies by YouTube's metrics that I should have, if it was available, been at the higher resolution, because I don't think 720 to 1080 is that big of a difference. I'm dropping a lot more frames though. I went from 1% to 2%, but that's actually not that bad. Maybe I should Google OBS set stream resolution. Settings video, you'll find two resolution settings: base, canvas, and output scaled resolution. The base resolution should match your monitor's resolution, while the output resolution is what the stream will send out at. You can select a lower output resolution just for streaming if needed, which can help with performance and low bandwidth requirements. So it's possible. Like this is the like only real thing I have left. Also, why does my Ko-fi thing just disappear sometimes? The only thing I can think that it could possibly be, my brain shut down, is that because it's not quite 1080p, it's what was the fucking settings? Video, because it's only 1050 and not 1080, YouTube may not be allowing it to go up to Yeah, YouTube just may not let it go up to that because it's not quite there, and they won't upscale. They have fucking 10 pixels that are missing. Can I perhaps, if I click the right button? Whoop. No, it just reopened everything. No, go away. Oh god, please don't tell me I just lost a bunch of shit. Anyway, go away, go away, go away. Nobody saw anything. Display settings. Can I, by any chance, I don't think I can set the resolution higher than the... Yeah, no. Okay. Scale. It's gonna make everything really big. Oh god, no, no! It changed its windows. No, where'd it go? Oh no. Why did you do that to me? It's so stupid. Why was it like... Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, that one. Okay. I scaled the fuck out of this one. This one. It was so stupid because it changed what tab it was on, so I couldn't change it back. Okay. So sounds like I need to buy a bigger monitor so that I can actually like render a high enough display. And I'm going to say that that's maybe what went wrong there, is that YouTube won't upscale the last few pixels, and therefore, because I'm not sending a 1080p stream, it won't let you view it as a 1080p stream. It's a good waste of time, that. Oh, go away. I don't know why my Ko-fi stuff's not appearing anymore. Do I have to like go to Ko-fi? Maybe they changed it. Let's just do this off the view of everyone. Ko-fi. Ko-fi. No, apparently how to spell. Ko-fi. Here's Ko-fi. Okay. I have to log in, and then I log in with this account, and then it should ask me for my passkey, but I don't actually remember if Ko-fi needed a passkey. Oh, no, okay. First off, I think I have to log in with my Google account, and that definitely needs my passkey. Blah, 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 blah. I got really just sidetracked on this one, didn't I? Yeah, okay. I got notifications. It's just Ko-fi trying to make me promote my Ko-fi. We all know that's not going to happen. Why? Buttons and widgets. No. That one. Weird. It's just not there. I would try restarting OBS, but you don't have to end the stream. I can do it because I can reconnect as long as I don't. Okay, should be reconnected. I hope that also made an entirely new fucking stream. Oh. I've got 0 drop frames. The bitrate's strong, everything's good. Oh, no, there goes all the frames. Is it reconnected? Is it got data? Hey, okay. Good. I want to hear myself. Okay. Well, my Ko-fi thing's working again, so maybe we just need OBS needed to update. Okay. Anyway, back on to what we were doing, which, to be honest, I have no fucking memory of what we were doing. I got very, very sidetracked. And I'm assuming the stream still can't go up higher. Yep, okay. Hold on. What am I doing? Maybe this will help. What did I just do? What have I changed? Sprite images, core. We added position and cropping. Okay. Right, we need to actually scale it. There it is. Correct size. Okay. So I need to say something like child sprite dot custom size equals sum, and there's data dot size, and then wrong size. Set child rect to correct size. Set patch size, and then it would be patch and custom size. So you. Okay, so then you would also need patch size, which would be patch, and then you would also need settings dot direction. And then we have to go to wherever data is. Yeah, somehow I feel like I need to wrap this stuff into its own thing. Anyway, like the fact that I have to pass in that kind of stuff is a bit annoying. Anyway, it's inline always, because again, these are just these are just wrappers around stuff. And then we're going to patch size, which takes in direction, and then it's going to patch size horizontal, which takes in the patch and the size. Sure. We go to patch size and actually implement that code that it just hallucinated into existence, which ironically enough, the AI's hallucinating is actually really good for coding because it can hallucinate functions that you need to write, and then it'll, then you can go write them. Okay. Whereas if they didn't hallucinate, they just wouldn't say, hey, you need to make this function in the first place. I don't know why restarting the stream might sound like a lot of viewers. Especially because like on YouTube's end, nothing actually changed. I disconnected and reconnected, but anyway. So patch, and then so... Okay, so first off, the answer is no. Don't give it 0 width. Okay, so... Okay, so you have to take in a few extra things, which is annoying. Because obviously the patch size, but we need to also know like the actual computed size, which to me makes it feel like it should sit somewhere else. Anyway, so here's the issue. We pass in size, and then we match the patch. So first off, each patch is going to have its own thing, because each patch is a specific way of doing it. So the top patch, the size of the top patch is going to be size, so vec2, your size, right, according to this patch at least, which again is going to result in it having issues because it's not going to be everything. It's going to be y. Your y size, yeah, is going to be like self.top. Like that's how high you are. You're just the height of top, and then your x, because we're horizontal, and then we're the top, means that you are actually something horrendous, aren't you? Your yeah, size.x minus left and right. Then the right, in this particular case, is no. So your x is equal to right, because you're just the width of the right side, but your you're actually the right side one horizontal. The right side, you just need to be size.y. You're just size.y. No, don't subtract top and bottom. So then you would be y as self.bottom, and then x minus left and right. Okay, and then you would be left and y. Okay, and so then vertical was the same thing, but did invert the... Oh, stop. Okay, so y is top. Okay, except in this particular case, y is top, and you're just equal to x, and then size.y. Okay, so then you would be y minus self.top and bottom, and then you would just be self.x, and then minus self.top and bottom. All right, I think that's correct. I don't know if it is correct, but I hope. I'm gonna drop the bitrate back down because I feel like I'm losing like all my frames, and I don't need to be doing that. I don't know if it makes any difference whatsoever, but even YouTube saying that my stream is really high baud rate relative to the amount of data I'm sending, I guess. So if I go to what the fuck? No, settings. Stream options. Let's drop it down. I reckon it's 25k. Okay. Anyway, I'll work on getting a better monitor so I can so that I can actually like output it at high quality. I've never had a monitor that's more than like the size of the ones I've got. Okay, so you have a small issue that I'm passing in custom size when I need to be passing in image size, don't I? That's just a me issue because I'm passing in custom size when I should actually be passing in image size, I think is correct. Okay, so it's not quite working because again, it's actually not image size, it's custom size. It is custom size, it's the original custom size, which interestingly enough, because of how I do this, I can say don't pass in an image size, then inside the patch where you were getting size, you actually take in self.original size. Interesting. So we probably need to do that here, like when we grab an image. When we grab the image, we say if when do we do that? We do that in here. Spawn patch. So it's in here when we add this. Interesting. So we could just go over here and say if data dot original size is none, then some image size, and then interesting. Yeah, see, I don't, because I want to do that because I don't want to necessarily. To be honest, I actually think. Do we actually ever use anything but the image's size? I'm gonna say no. Right? Because we use image and we grab your size. We grab your size, and that's it. Like we never use image again. So what that tells me is I should probably say in the computed node, we're gonna say image size. Like that. And then we're gonna go, hey, Image size can be 0. Okay. Image size is going to be vec2 0. Right. So the image size starting at 0 is going to be a way of like we can initialize it. Because I think then, like theoretically, we can get rid of the whole using the image or anything. Like we don't need the image here. We can say this is equal to size, which is then actually data dot image size, like that. And then you're also data dot image size, and then except we don't actually need to do that at all. Right, and then something about this, we say self dot image size. Oh, it's not image size though. It's not image size. Image size only fixes these, doesn't fix that one. So it's not image size, it is computed size. The issue is that when we get to here, okay, so maybe not image size, maybe well, okay, that's what I do think the image size should be here because we use the image size only to update the core. And I feel like fetching the image each time, yeah, it'd probably work actually. Let's revert this. All right, leave the image doing what the image is doing. Don't do this. Don't touch that. Okay, so get the image anyway. It's the computed size. So instead of being image size, this is compute. Well, I guess it's just size. Yeah, no, computed size makes sense. Computed size. Right, and then we say, hey, self.computed size, because self.computed size. We pass that in. Okay, and then we come down here and we go, hey, you got any groups? So computed size is 0. I mean, technically, it's sprite dot custom size unwrapple 0. Fine. Option vec2. Interesting. Nope. Leave that as that, because that makes much more sense, to be honest. Because the computed size is always something. Okay. What was it? So somewhere we want to say that when we do something, there was something specific that we did. Is it here? When we say custom size, I think it's here, because this says that there is no original size. So when we get to here, we want to say that data dot computed size equals image size. Right. Then I feel like we can call size on you because we're passing in size here. And what is size here in terms of this is some. So the idea is that if the original size was set to sum, so when we call size, I'd probably need to work out what these two are, but in theory we can just call size because we already know what it is based on the fact that like we've set this value, which means we're just getting that value out of ourselves. Or here we set our computed size, which means that we just use the computed size because the computed size is the right value. Which means technically we want to set the computed size correctly in these two rather than calling whatever size is. I'm just trying to think, like, in settings.size. What is settings.size? That's the overriding size. Right, so there is kind of something that we might need to do with that. I don't think so, though. Again, I think when we call size, we're just going to remove this and say when we call size, don't take in a base value and just pass in self.computed size. Because then the idea is that instead of if it's none, I feel like even then, like, it's a update patch. See, I feel like this should be done somewhere else, that when the picture is loaded, we stick it in there if it's not already set. Yeah, it seems like a smarter idea. I don't know. Data.size, and then sum and the data.size. Okay. So with that, okay, so then we're gonna set the computed size, and then we use size, and size uses our computed size. So basically, we just need to trigger the computed size, which in theory means that there should be an if set that, and then hey, look, it's like really stretched. Now it's stupid because it's not actually what it really should be looking like, but you also like just don't reach all the way to the ends. Kind of cool looking, but kind of dumb. See, I think that's what the issue is that our new computed size doesn't take into account that this doesn't go all the way to the end. This is like 1 pixel short. Interesting. Wait a second. If I turn that one off, which I believe is this one, visibility, you are going up to the top there, right? I mean, it's not incorrect. See, what the issue is that we need like a 1 block of padding because this doesn't reach to the edge. But that's more of the way that they've drawn this. Okay. It looks very dumb. I feel like each of the flex directions needs its own thing. So the issue with this is like now I have to like a whole padding thing just to fix the fact that if your picture doesn't go to the end, then obviously it stretches it. It's stretching this to the end, but not stretching this to the end. So we would need to scale the whole thing in like 1 pixel's worth of stuff. I mean, is it doing what I want to do? I guess kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, I just need to fix that little padding thing. So, all right, now I'll work on padding then. What time is it? Okay, so first off, what changes have we made? Does this get committed? Maybe. I feel like I just want to tweak that update here and say like instead of being a match and then 2-directional, like a bidirectional match like this, I feel like this should be split into 2 separate pieces of real base bright to new rect. Resize base bright to compensate for new rect. Okay, so we're going to say if data data dot original size dot is none, then data dot computed size equals image size. Right. And then we're going to say if settings dot if let, no, because we don't actually use it, do we? Oh, no, because it's none there and none there. That makes me think it must be none everywhere. So we just need to say that data dot let computed custom size equals, don't match, no, custom size equals data.size. Right. So should we rename that function to custom size? Right. So then it's our custom size, and then that passes that through, and then we pass the custom size in there, but we also use custom size down here. So we do actually want to keep it separate, so we don't compute it multiple times. All right. I don't know. What did I even change? I think I just tidied some things up. No, we added horizontal and vertical. So we added the scaling, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Added scale. Child. Correct size. So, I should probably also make those other test ones like bigger so that they actually like test the fact that it's working. So we need to come here and we need to select. First off, you two are intentionally designed to break it, so custom size. Don't make them that big. Make them maybe, I don't want to say 64. I mean 32 can work. I think 32 is their actual size though, so that actually won't help. So 64. 64. Maybe? What size are you? Image canvas size. 32 by 32. Okay, so 64 by 64 will at least mean that everything is scaled. So we can at least see everything done by one. So my big thought with this is it definitely needs like the way to do the padding. Simply because the padding breaks it. Like that's why I'm going, I need to do the padding, is because the fact that it doesn't go out to one edge, it's kind of dopey too. We need to make them further apart. So 50 is not enough. We need to make them like 120. 120. We run that. I don't know why minimizing it causes it to crash. It's a bit weird, but you know. Bevy's gonna bevy. Okay, so trace patch failed. Okay, well apparently I said something's. What the fuck? We got two images on top of each other for one. Oh right, you're the image that never loads. So obviously I don't see you. That's why. All right. Well, that's why you've got a little white dot in the middle of you. Hilarious. So, as you can see, it actually does make a difference whether it's correct. The top ones are scaled incorrectly. They're scaled on the wrong axes. And as you can see, like it actually does look incorrect. Whereas this one looks correct. Ish. This one like obviously looks wrong. This one is correct. This one is in the wrong spot, but like it's the same thing. This one's like obviously scaled wrong. Anyway, we need to add that padding in. So the other question is, do the other ones need the padding? Interesting. All right, so I feel like I need to make this better. So I reckon we just need to go to you and go, hey, can I like implement you? I want to implement two things. FN, pub FN, horizontal. What? No, horizontal. Takes in a base. and let's say you are, that's not how that works, but anyway. What am I even doing with my brain right now? This returns a patch 5 sprite, and it's just going to go, hey, patch 5 sprite, direction horizontal, size none, base, thank you. Then we go back to you and we go, hey, can you just be like horizontal? No, you're vertical. You're okay, and then we need to do that. That's correct. That is correct. Leave that there. So we need to go here. We're gonna go here. Go to you. And go hey. Vertical. Hey. Okay. And then we go hey. Now we got vertical. And then so we're just gonna go hey. Can I just copy like this part here? And we want to go hey. You're vertical. So I want to do something like that, I think. And then again, track down the other one. You're horizontal, you're vertical. So again, so I want to go up one. That remove that too. Paste that in. So I did want to get rid of this whole thing. Like that. Then we're going to get rid of this and this and this. Okay. And you're also vertical apparently. So do that. And that. And this and this and this. Okay, that's 8. So 8 doesn't really matter. Then we want to go, hey. So you're horizontal. So we want to go here. Horizontal. Okay. You're vertical. So vertical. Yeah, you're closed. So I didn't find the other one. And then horizontal. Okay. That should work. And then I don't think that actually changed much. Okay, we got that. So we added helper constructors. Okay, that. Okay, so next is to add padding. This is why I added the helpers, is because now I don't have to go add padding to everything that doesn't need padding. We can say pub padding, which is going to be, I guess, a UI rect. I want to say, maybe. I think UI rect makes the most sense. Let me say padding. Well, it's actually optional. Padding is none. Same with you. Padding is none. Okay. So padding is optional. I kind of do want to do this weird, like, I want to say it's called the builder constructor. So you'd be like pub, and then with size, which takes in self, does that, and then with padding. So the idea is that you can tack them on, but you just call vertical or horizontal, and then you add padding or size if you want those things. That's why you need to specify a basis, because it doesn't work without a base. Okay, so it's kind of all just kind of does its own thing. The question becomes one of the padding. Okay, so when exactly do we need to add the padding in? So we have our size, we have our so we have our image rect. Now something tells me that we need to go like and tack our padding in. So we need to say here's a question. Can I implement option? Well, no, I obviously can't, because it's an option you rect, so that wouldn't work. No, so image rect. So we need to do something because it's passed into that. So we need to say like settings dot well, let image size equals setting settings dot base rect, like that. And we're going to pass this in, and we're going to do this. And we're going to go, okay, so you now need a base rect function, which is this patch 5 sprite right here. And we go, okay, fn base rect. So self.size unwrap or 0. Please unwrap or, please. And I think it's just a rect. Oh no, it's just a vec. Wait, what? Self.size. That's not how you work. Okay. What? Where do we get 0 from? I think we just start with 0. Okay. So we're just gonna say min just equals vec to 0. And wait, what? Oh, you just pass it in. Okay. Well, it's just if let some padding equals self.padding. Can we make you mutable and just return you at the end? Like so. And then we just say, hey, if padding exists, oh, you're the one layer too deep. Okay, so if padding exists, we now have a UI rect. And then so we're going to say, okay, sure. So we do need a size, which I guess is, rect.size, and then we go here and we say, hey, rect.min. That's not how that works. Rect.min.x plus equals the minimum x. So this plus equals left, and then plus equals right, minus equals right, and then plus equals top, and y max. Okay. I think that's correct. So that should give us our base rect, which will then in turn make the image smaller, I believe. Okay, so we say image size, which is just our rect.size, which should, in theory, when it loads, trim off this so that rect actually makes the right size. This should make this rectangle completely fit inside our test thing, because we haven't actually given it padding. So that the answer is it won't do anything because we literally do not use the value. But when we get it working, it should do that. Okay, so we'll do, where's our original? So we spawn this really big hexagon. So we're going to say dot with padding, and then we're going to say UI rect horizontal val pixels 1. Okay, so on the horizontal plane, we are adding 1 pixel of padding. This should mean that our whole thing shrinks down to be the same size as that other rect, which in turn is going to shrink down. Never mind. Okay, well, it technically didn't work because you're still going to the edges, but it fixed that, which baffles me how it fixed the thing that I was trying to fix, but didn't actually fix the underlying issue here, which is that the okay, so we've resized the images rect, then the core size. So we get the image's size, and then we calculate that, which is we pass in the settings and the image rect. Interesting. Okay, so image rect here. So when we calculate core size, the core size needs to be smaller than this. So this is our patch size. We calculate our patch size. Okay, and then it's our core size. So the issue is that our padding is a single pixel. Interesting. I think I just leave it because it actually just works, and well, not really because of this issue, but that's more to do with the specific picture I'm using. And I'll fix that in a bit. I don't know how I'm going to fix that because like, there's no way to like scale it up individually. Yeah, because the issue is if I include the padding, I'm only going to pad by a single pixel, and then I'd need to know the actual sprite size to be able to know, like, go like, oh, you're 1 pixel in, which means I'm going to pad by 1 pixel. Though technically it does need to do that because it is fucking the aspect ratio. I turned it into a giant square, so of course it's fucking the aspect ratio. But I mean, like, it should reach to the top and to the sides. So I guess we need to. Okay, so how do we work this out? So the thing is, I need to calculate when I calculate the core size. I need to know the actual image size, which we have because when we calculate core size, we have the image size, don't we? I think I kept that in here. The computed patch. No, I don't keep the image size. Computed size. I have the computed size, but I think I set that long after okay, no, set it to the custom size if the custom size is set. Here's the thing, I do need the image size because if I set a custom size, I use the custom size, so I do need the image size at some point. So, such a pain. I do. I'm trying to think if it's actually worth doing it because theoretically, what's happening here is that like it's doing exactly what I want it to be doing, which is that I can specify an area and it'll fill the area. The question is, does it work with different sizes? Also, I don't think this will update, but who knows? If I make it bigger, the issue is that, like, well, first off, why? Oh, because you subtracted 10. Wait, but you didn't subtract anything from that? Yeah. To be honest, that makes it even more confusing. How the fuck did you decide to subtract 10? But oh, because you're the core. And because it's 512. Alright, so you need to be 490. Alright, so thing is, if I change that, it should actually change the other stuff as well. That's the point, is if I make this bigger, it should, if it was doing its job, like recorrect the size. So this isn't working because it should be any time that the sprite changes, the underlying sprite. I guess it's an OR, isn't it? Chain. Technically, it's even the asset changes, any of that stuff changing. What do you mean? Because you're a tuple. Very complex type, thank you. So if we change the sprite, the issue with this, I feel like it's going to get caught in an infinite loop. This also definitely won't work because the computed size being set to the original size here, because we're tweaking it, but we're using the old original size. Changing it in the sprite, yeah, it won't do anything. Okay, so just turn this back into a normal. That's changed. Actually no. I'm going to say changed that, or no, go away, or changed the patch 5 computed. Right, so if we change the computed, also do it, and the idea being that I can now detect detect resize. Resize. Right, this. Okay, we need to go, My thought here is we can actually bypass change detection when we update the sprite, which means that only if the user updates the sprite do we actually do that. The sprite custom size here, right, because all this stuff that we're doing to the sprite, when do we grab this sprite? So I think if we get to like say here, we can say like sprite, let sprite equals sprite dot bypass change detection, right? Because technically we're not changing the sprite. I think is what we're going to go with here. So since we're not actually changing the sprite, we're just reshaping everything around the sprite. We're going to bypass the change detection so that our own change detection can detect the detect resize, and then we're going to say yeah, I guess it's mute. Changed. And then we're going to say query patch computed. No. So we need access to that and also the sprite. And we're going to say change. No, not change. Sprite. Sprite. Okay. So this needs to be wrapped in a tuple like that. Okay, so we get the sprite, and the sprite, if the sprite's changed. Right. We also need to run this if the image loads, but anyway, for data in patch. Okay, so we're going to also only run this if it's populated. Again, I need to file that bug report anyway. .itermute. Okay, so data sprite changed itermute. If let sum custom size equals custom size. If original size, if data.original size is none, data.original size is some custom size. If data.custom size equals custom size. Why are you doing this? The fuck, you're checking if it's none, setting it, and then... Yeah. No? Oh, actually, no, you are, because you're saying computer size. Right. Right, so you're saying if sprite.custom size, if data original size is none, so no, it's what do I set the original size to? I'm pretty sure I just set the original size to that, and then we down here we say if original size is none, image size, right, which you can't do, right. So we just say data dot original size equals sprite dot custom size. Now my issue with this is I feel like if the sprite's modified for other reasons, like if you don't change the size, it'll catch the custom size and then overwrite the custom size. So I feel like the modifying this sprite is what's causing like all of our issues. Like if we could just leave the original sprite that they gave us and just hide it, but I don't know how to hide it without like removing the user's ability to be able to view it and hide it and whatnot. Because like if I could just spawn a middle sprite, like a center, a root, or core, it would work so much better. I just need to be able to turn this sprite off when I do it. Like, can I set your color maybe to? Again, we don't want to do that if they're actually using it. Like if the idea is to pass this sprite in, how do I just not render you? Think to render world. Market component identifies that an entity needs to be synced to the render world. Is there a way to not render you? That's the problem. Global transform, inherited visibility. I don't know if there's an easy way to stop Bevy from rendering something. What I want to do is just stop it from rendering this sprite. Full stop. Image mode, auto, anchors, center. So none of this is going to do it. In theory, view visibility. I mean, technically, when does extract happen? Last, maybe? I don't know when extract happens, but if before extract happens, okay. So rather than detecting resize, well, we'll detect resize, but we just, for now, let's ignore that. We're going to say fn block rendering of OG sprite. Right. So my question here is, can I like view visibility? View visibility. Okay. Is visibility. Query visibility. No. View visibility. View visibility. So I think that can go away because I don't think we care about without. So what we're going to do is we're going to say view visibility. Algorithmically compute indicates indicator of whether it is visible or should be exported for rendering. Okay, each frame this will be reset false during view visibility propagation system in post update. So it's set false in post update. Later in the frame, systems in check visibility will mark any visibility entities using the view visibility set. Because of this, values of this type will be marked as changed every frame, even when they do not change. Okay, yep. If you wish to add custom visibility systems that set this value, make sure to add them to the check visibility set. Okay. So here's where the cheeky part happens. So we're going to get this mutability. Right. And we're going to say for visibility is visible. Dot, what is it called? Set. Reset. Oh no, don't tell me you've locked it in so I can't reset it. Hidden. Self false. An entity that cannot be seen from any view. Wait, what? Get set. Well, I mean, my assumption is that somewhere check visibility. So you probably call set, right? Par iter somewhere visibility. Here's the thing. I'm pretty sure mark newly hidden entities invisible. Here. Previous visible entity. Okay, so that implies that we can just do this. View visibility hidden. Okay, so if I come up here and I go, hey, when I do this, can I say like app dot add system, and this is sort of post update, I believe it said, and then we want to say block visible rendering of OG sprite after view something set. What did it say it was called? There was some set that it was running in. View visibility, check visibility, view visibility set. So the check visibility set. Okay. Check. Okay, so you're telling me I can't do this, but then you must stop. Yeah. So quick fix. Right. So we need to say like it's somewhere in Bevy though. Where is the check visibility set located though? View visibility. Okay. if you wish to add a custom visibility system that sets this value, make sure to add it to the check visibility set. But where do I get the check visibility set from? Check visibility. Okay. So what is it? Visibility systems check visibility. Okay. Where the hell is this visibility system? Is visibility class? Okay. So visibility systems. This system is part of. Okay. Over here. So visibility systems. Calculate bounds check visibility. Label for the check visibility system update view visibility for of each entity and the visible entities for each view. That's worrying. Okay. System ordering ambiguity between systems in this set are ignored. The order of systems within the set is irrelevant as check visibility assumes that its operations are irreversible during the frame. I'm trying to reverse them. Now, this could be a problem because it may be that it checks. So if we actually find this, I'm assuming somewhere you configure this and we say, hey, so you run all these before this and then after this. So before this, after mark newly hidden entities invisible. Okay. So check visibility in set. So by looking at that, we have to run these before, calculate bounds, update custom, visibility propagate, okay. Before we check visibility, but after we've transformed propagated, okay. We mark newly hidden entities as invisible. Okay, label for the new mark newly hidden entities invisible system, which sets view visibility to hidden for entities that no view has marked as visible. What does that even mean? Okay, well, my hope here is that if I set it to hidden, it'll just not render it. The issue is that it's possible that I need to make sure it runs after this, but before something else. Because if something else is already checked and going, hey, I can render you, and started rendering it, then it's still going to be visible, isn't it? I seem to have worked. It has, in fact, hidden what I wanted to hide it. Here's an interesting fact, though. Why have they got this extra white border? They always had that extra white border. Possibly. It's possible that when I added that padding that's come in, I don't actually know. Okay, anyway. We can work from there. So, what that means is now, when we say, hey, patch, we need to go core, and we go, hey, we have a core, and then top, left, right, bottom, right? And then we go, hey, min. We only have to update the ones that contain a patch. So you take a patch, so offset. So patch core is just 0, obviously. Rect patch, rect size. So your size would be, no, don't return size. That would be dumb. Your rect is size size dot min dot x plus equals left, max minus equals right, top plus equals y. Okay, I think that's how you work. Pretty sure the core is just subtract all of the offsets, right? So then rect horizontal obviously does just nothing. Okay, patch core. And then rec vertical is the same, where we don't care about the specific core, because the core again shouldn't be doing anything. And then here, so this is the, what the fuck, horizontal, vertical. Should have named these better. So this is rect vertical. This is size vertical? Where the fuck do I call it? It is. Okay, your size underscore horizontal and your size underscore vertical. Because that is very confusing. And then core is obviously the same thing. Except you run into the same issue of I need you to be patch. Core needs to patch core just needs to be u minus self dot top and bottom. Same with you. Core is just again just okay. Okay, patch core is not covered because patch core is returned self dot 0. Can you fix the others, please? Yes, thank you. And then you need to be API. Okay, so patches array because you are a patch. Spawn patch. Spawn patch price. Pretty sure you just spawn 5 of the same sprites. So. And then we just go here and we say commands and patch core. Ta-da. And you return a 5. Ta-da. I also feel like I just should remove the patch 5 thing and just call it like patch maybe? Like it should just be patch left, patch bottom, patch right, patch patch left, patch top. Like it's just because it's just too much text. Okay. Now when I run this, why is the core not working? Everything else seems to work just fine, but the core didn't. Now. Why? So the core is just really tiny apparently. So it could just be that the core is subtracting everything. So what's happening with you? Why? So your custom size is none, which is incorrect. So first off, update patch. So bypass range detection. Okay. So don't touch the sprite. Let's make the sprite no longer mutable. Sprite, don't touch the sprite. Okay. So we do need to calculate this stuff. Right. So we calculate all this stuff. And this is like sprite.custom size. It goes some custom size. Okay. So when do we set the custom size for you? This offset. So we're passing in custom size to offset. So apparently, which just makes no sense. What? What do you mean? That makes 0 sense. I'm setting your okay, you're setting your transform to offset. No, so offset is correct to just be vec 0. That actually does make perfect sense because it's where it is. It's in the center. The issue is here. Okay, data rect. So that's the only place we're casting custom size, which is hilarious because that implies a big issue with our data.custom size. Right. So we call like u, which is sprite.rect. So I'm pretty sure, no, you're setting the rect. When do we set the custom size? Here. Patch size. When we set patch size here. If patch equals core, return custom size. No, custom size. You need equals and par equal. Right. So you return the custom size. which just does patch size custom size. Okay, I'm confused now though. So that's this one. So if we call this, we want to set the custom size, which is fine. And then if we call sprite.rect is equal to core size. Right, then core size. Now we don't do anything with core size, do we? No. Well, that's because that's with patch size and a core. Which I don't know how we're supposed to do that, but okay. So we have to go to patch size and we have to say core, and then it's going to be a vec 2, because obviously the core is an x and y, whereas everything else is just 1. So then core. So then now you're returning a rect, which is interesting. So it means we need that rect. Okay, so then instead of that, so we just need to say that's interesting. So rect.min, rect.max. So if I just pass in rect like this, and then okay, so we do a patch size, and you need to be a rect. Right. Then we come down here and we go, okay, so you do this, and then we go self dot patch size dot recalc. Dot update. But I think we just well, I guess no, patch size dot calculate calculate core calculate core, which I don't think we care about this. We also definitely don't care about this, because what we're doing is we're setting, we're passing in that, and then we're doing this, and then we go, hey, take you, and then we're gonna go, hey, don't return anything. And I think I'm going to say you're an inline always. And then we just need to track you down and go, hey, can I implement a function? Calculate core, which is just going to say self.core equals net. And then it's going to be self.min, self.max, self.core, something like that, and then self.core equals core. This feels like it's really badly done, but that's going to have to be how we do it. And then when we come down here and we say, hey, you don't do we ever pass core size anyway? No. Okay, cool. So that means when we do this, which is setting the rect here, which I guess we just immediately call rect horizontal, rect vertical, which you have the core size. So fine. And then you return size. Then you return size. But then if it's core returns self.core. No, leave size there. Again, leave it to the compiler to work out what the optimal way of doing this is. I don't know if it will be able to work it out, but it's better than me like accidentally making it so much worse because I tried to optimize something that I had no right to optimize. It's if you get to this value shortcut circuit to return self.core. All right. Now, is that going to work? I don't know. it feels like I've made this really, really bad. Yeah, it's broken everything apparently. Now, what happened? Now, what have I done wrong? Probably when I recalculated them at some point. Damn it. So your sprite, and then you just don't have a custom size for one thing, which makes even less sense, to be honest. Wait, what? We never call calculate core. We never call calculate core. Okay. Wait, and your calculate core takes in a size, doesn't it? Settings. And a rect. Okay, so wait. That means down here somewhere we were doing something. Custom size. Undo. Calculate core. There it is. Okay. So don't remove it, just run it. Right. And so obviously because we didn't calculate the core, so we should probably rename that to calculate patch. Hey, okay, our core is still broken, but so we're going to rename you to calculate patch. Right, so why is it still broken? Are we not passing a core size? So the sprite custom size none. So custom size none is interesting because that kind of implies that we never get there, which means that we are probably failed something, right? No? We would expect to see lots of those. Get patch entity. So we're getting here, right? Oh no. This is why you don't write your own. We didn't have core as part of our iterators. So we never iterated to core. Because instead of using something like strum, I decided I'll write my own fucking iter. Hey. I don't know what happened to you. You probably hit the space bar. Okay. Is that correct now? No. I guess. Now, the real question. Does resizing this sprite cause it to grow or shrink? The answer is no. But I think that's because I never actually added the change detection. So let's go here and go added core size to patch. I don't remember the core patch size. Okay, so we had the core size to patch size. So next is to actually do the change detection, because we're not doing the change detection at the moment. So detect resize, which is just if sprite changed or data in data. What we can do is we can say if data.original size does not equal custom size, data equals custom size, which means that we only trigger a change on the computed if the sprites actually change size, which means changing the image won't do it and changing other things won't do it. Now, computed size, patch size. So I think we still have an issue of if an image loads late. Check visibility. I do find it really hilarious that I'm just like bypassing the change detection, just turning the image off. Okay, get from value patch computed. What was I doing? I'm adding this, so it's just detect resize. Don't paste it. That means I've copied it already. That's good. So we can update patch. So pre-update, we need to spawn this, and we need to also detect resize. So pre-update we detect resize. Post-update we disable rendering, which is just the best. It tickles me so. Just so good. Okay. So the question is, if I now click you and said, hey, can we now make this sprite wider? The answer is no. Why are you not running? Update patch. Right. Cool. So first off, changed sprite. So first off, I want to maybe go here and say trace sprite has been changed size. This is under trace. Sprite size has changed. Sprite size changed from to. Okay, then we update that. That should fire you, but you're not firing. Why are you not firing? Because you have this, you have this, you have this. You ordered a change to your sprite or your patch, so you're just like not doing that apparently. You have the components, yes, okay. So why does... Okay, it's calling that. So it changed from this to this to this to this to this to this to this. So why are you not running? Can we config trace, well, do that. Updating patch sprite. Sprites for settings, not direction? No. I'm going to just give you the entity for the sake of having it. It's already yelling at me for being complicated. Okay. Right. Resize the sprite. Okay. So size sprite changed. Size changed from this to this. Okay. So we're updating the patch, which means somewhere in here. Image rect is image size. Let image size, image direct. Okay, so when we say calculate patch, we never re-update the custom image, do we? If original size is none, computed size. So when we calculate patch, don't we use computed size? No, apparently not. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So it's something about when we grab it, something tells me, betcha we're updating the computed size. Which, I mean, that's easy. Resize detected. If at some size equals custom size. Well, I think we actually don't necessarily need to do that anymore. Yeah, something tells me this isn't necessary anymore. I mean, it's still necessary because of how we got it set up, but we were only using we only kept the original size because we were changing the size of the sprite, but now we're not actually changing the size of the base sprite, which means we can just use the fact that the sprite exists. We can just use its size, which means we don't need to keep track of a separate sprite, which is what's, I think, causing my issues. Yep. It's got like 1,000. Okay. It very much loses its hexagon shape, but that's more because I want to kind of like add a scaling factor, minimum, maximum, levels and stuff like that'll make this like keep the shape better. But Laptop. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, well, anyway, I'm going to call that a day because it like the ones that actually made something that works on a stream. That is amazing. So update patch when sprite sprite is resized. Okay, now here's my issue though. I somehow need to make some kind of way to like not load an image and then load it later, just out of curiosity. So for testing, I want to test this. God damn it, brain, stop. I need to just like actually, finish for the day. I want to try this one last thing. I want to make sure that when we do end up loading a sprite, it works. So what we're going to do is we're going to go. Can I insert? I don't remember if that works. So we're going to say something like load delayed image, right? Which is going to be like so we're going to need mute images, which is going to be a res assets images, okay? And then we need maybe the asset server, because I might need the handle again, but I don't think well, actually no, yeah, because what we can do is we can go can the asset server reserve a handle? Because that's all this was testing. 8 was just testing. So can we say like asset server dot reserve handle, get handle, untype get handle ID, returns an active handle for the given path if the asset at the given path has already been loaded or is still alive. Okay, no. So we do just call it load. Now I'm just curious if I can say something like images.insert. Again. Okay, so what we do is we'd be really cheeky and say let loaded equal asset server load. Let's load 2. So load tile 2. Let's find you and say, hey, you load 8. Can I make you negative? And I also feel like you are a horizontal, right? No, you're vertical, I think. Yeah, you'll be vertical because it's not the red one. The red one's the only one that's not. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and this is gonna give us our asset handle, and then we're gonna say let thumb image equal images dot get loaded. So first off, we need to be like we need an input as well. Input. No, let's just do time. Let's like deliberately delay it by a certain amount of time. Res time. And then we're going to say local what? No. What? Actually, no, we just use res time. How do I make it not run a million times? Okay, wait. Has run local video. Okay. If yeah, has run return. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say or time that elapsed is less than 1 second. So at 1 second it'll load the image. Then we're gonna say we're gonna do this. Dot cloned. Look at this. and then to be cheeky, we go asset server dot load, and then we say tile was that 8? Right. Dot ID. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, load 8, and it goes, oh, we can't find 8 to load it, and then we go down here and we go, hey, load us number 2, and then we're gonna copy the data out of 2. That's not gonna work. I mean, it will, but we just need to make sure we actually call like load 2 up here. Something else needs to use the same image. That's depressing. All right, fine. We need to use, I guess, not 1. What's the other one we're using? 0? I guess one. All right, fine. Load one. Right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the handle of an image that's already loaded. We're gonna copy the data out of that image, and then we're gonna try and load 8 again. And it's gonna go, we don't have 8, but we're gonna take the ID and we're gonna insert that image data in there. So it would be nicer to just stick it in, but yeah. Hey all, you've come in right as the stream's. I'm trying to wind it down. Who knows with me how long it's actually going to take to. Yep, but I just want to make it so that when an image loads, I don't even make it. I'm just going to see what happens if an image loads late. Because at the moment the image is loading before the patch runs, and that means that the result is that the image is loaded when it tries to use it. So it doesn't really tell me. So I'm making it a thing that specifically waits 1 second before loading an image. Now, interestingly, oh yeah, right, has run equals true. Yeah, we should probably do that so that it doesn't constantly spam me with how it's not actually allowed to do that. Okay. Right, so it should wait 1 second. And okay, so then it says 8 didn't load. Now you should be 8, but you're not. Interestingly, something tells me that you're actually going to have the right sprite. Yep. Right, I'm pretty sure that's this one. It's loaded, we just didn't catch it, so we didn't run. Okay, so that means we need to... I feel like doing a whole thing... So, what do we do here? We basically say if original size... Do we get access to your sprite? We do. So why are we saying original size? Resize base sprite. Okay, composite no. So we're saying if data.original size is equal to image size. Computer say okay. So if sprite dot custom size is none, then data computed size is image size. Okay, and then custom size is data.custom size. Do we use this? We do. We pass it to you. Okay. Right. Okay. So we say image. So I think technically all we need to do, though it is possible that there was like an asset changed, I want to say it is. So filter that selects entities with an A for an asset that changed after the system last run, where A is a component that implements asset ID. Okay. Unlike change, this is true whenever an asset from the A in res changes. For example, when a mesh changes through getMute method, asset changed mesh will iterate over all entities that had with the handle mesh from that mesh, whereas changed handle mesh would iterate over no entities. This feels like it's written by someone who hasn't used Bevy recently, because you don't actually get handles to meshes anymore. But my assumption is I can say sprite, maybe? No? See, here's the issue. Wait. The trait bound sprite does not implement as asset ID is not satisfied. The following other traits implement as asset ID: skinned mesh, mesh 2 wireframe, mesh 2D, mesh 3D, mesh material 2D. All right, add that to the list of bugs. So what this is saying is that they haven't, Sprite, despite having a quite obvious handle to an image, doesn't implement the trait that this particular filter requires, and so just doesn't work. The asset event schedule, removing assets are not detected. The list of changed assets only gets updated in the asset event schedule and the last of those changes. So performance, when at least one is updated, this will read a hash map once per entity with an A component. The runtime of this query is proportional to how many entities with A it matches. If no A asset updated since the last time the schedule run, then no lookup occurs. Interesting. So where's my lists? I had a notepad for bugs. Asset change does not work with Sprite. Okay, cool. So alright, well, all that really means is we just need to go and make our own detect image change. So the issue with this is that the only way to know if the sprite has changed is to detect that the sprite has changed. Like I have to keep a previous reference. Now technically I want to say I want to do something like, wait, why don't we just do that or change to sprite? If let some size equals sprite, then data computed size equals size. My question here is, so is sprite computed size? So here's the better question. If it's none, else data computed size is just equal to yeah. Wait. Okay. Does that work? Because if that works, what that's saying is that, like, it's done. Is it like it's if it exists, set it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I think that also means that we can just like not do this entire thing, because if the sprite changes at all, we also recalculate everything. So the only thing left then would be to detect that a sprite isn't working. Yep. Okay. Cool. Well, technically we didn't verify the thing that we were changing, which is that does it oh, well, I mean, that fixed it, but that's because we checked to see if the image had loaded. It looks really dumb too, but I think that's because we've got the wrong value set. It's kind of cool, but we've got the wrong value set. Anyway, that's nice. So that means that this whole thing was a waste of time, because we're just checking to see if the sprite changed in any way, which will detect if you change the handle. That will now work. Which ironically is now telling me that the original size is just like never used, which is great, because that was my whole thing as I was going, like, I feel like I've made that redundant by basically storing a second entity. Now, it's not the most memory efficient way of doing it, but anyway. So, yep, and then now the computed size is the custom, which we don't even need that now here, technically, because there's no reason not to, but we always do it here. We always check to see which is which. But anyway, so if any of these change, we calculate this. I feel like the computed should never change is what's happening here. Like, we shouldn't be changing the computed outside of this, so this should be the only thing that updates the computed. It makes me feel like everything's running a million times. Okay, so we need to okay, so detect image, detect, yeah, image underscore loaded. Okay, detect image finished loading, and we also want a second one that's detect image modified. Now, the question is modified going to trigger something or other? Interesting. So, the finished loading is we're going to say events. Right, and then I feel like technically, no, I need to be specific. I was going to make it a core thing because it's going to be like both types of nodes will probably need it. And if I can ever get this, the patch 5 computed out into its own thing, which probably can, to be honest, I just haven't worked out how nodes are going to work. But the idea is that like you could probably just tweak it just to cause it to trigger an update. But anyway, so we're going to need a new resource. Derive resource. Right, and this is going to be this is going to be a struct, which is going to be a queue postponed patches. Right, this is going to be a vector, not strings, but anyway, vector of entities. No, not path, patches. I feel like this should actually be a hash map. And then we're going to say this is waiting on load. Right, and then we're going to say this is actually a hash map. That is going to be a handle to an image. And it's going to be a vector of entities, because the idea is that you could have multiple patches postponed. All right, so then we're going to say we're going to say import postponed patches. We're going to say right, fn new. Now, can we just derive default? Right, cool, derive default. Okay. Wait for load, which is going to be mute self. The handle. It's going to be a handle to image and the entity, and then what? Oh, no. You just say we say self dot waiting on load dot entry handle dot clone weak dot or default dot push. Okay, so it waits for load. Then we go up here and we go, hey, in our plugin, can we app.init resource postpone patches, right? So so wait for load. So this needs our new postponed, right? There's res mute. So what we're going to do is we're going to, hey, if we get to here, don't set change. You're going to say postponed dot wait to load clone weak and an entity. Okay. Mute settings. I don't think we need the settings mutable apparently. Okay, so we wait for this to load, and then when we come to here, we're going to say, okay, detect image finished loading. So we need our event, which is a res. No, it's not. It's just a mute. Oh god, go back here. Event reader. asset event image. Okay. Now I do feel like postpone should maybe. See, I feel like I want to do this and have like the dependency thing and be like, hey, if something like changes this as well, please like hash into this and poke all these entities to update. So what we can do actually is, instead of detecting modified, let's just waiting on load, and then this is going to be dependent. Dependent. I'm going to say hash map entity, an vector of entities. No, instead it's the same thing. It's a handle the handle image vector of entities. Right, and then so add dependent dependency. So it's going to take in mute self, and then it's going to take in a handle and an entity, and then we say end or default, and then push the entity. So the idea being that when we get to here and we say, hey, now we do have a slight issue, which is so you queue it, then if it ever gets to here, we can say, damn, it should be a hash set, not a, okay, this is gonna get hash set. Technically, this is a queue, that's a hash set, that's fine. Dependency and then insert. And then remove underscore dependency. Self handle image. Okay. So no, don't do this. Don't do this. If let entity. Alright, so if let some mute set equals self dot dependent dot get mute handle set dot remove entity if set is empty, self dependency remove handle. Okay, that's clever. I wouldn't have thought to do that. Anyway, right. So cool. So the way it works is we go, hey, we just like loaded this thing in. I feel like it's detect image finished loading. Where's it? The spawn patch. I feel like here is where we want to use our postpone thing and like register our dependency, but maybe not. I don't know. I feel like my postpone, I'm making it too complicated right now. So let's read. Okay, so we read you, we get our events, and then we go, hey, event, and we want a match event. And then we're basically in the stream once this is done. So created, modified, so it's, I think it's added. Okay. No field ID. We don't care about the ID. Handle. Wait, what? Oh no, it's called ID. Right. And you're just called ID. And then ID. Now, I don't know what this is going to do, so can we just config features equals trace okay, wait, actually FM clear dependencies. Cool. Okay. What do you mean? When you yelling about missing some curly brace or something? Okay, so removing dependencies and then ID clear dependency, and then asset ID. You want to handle? Okay, so technically we have to modify this to say that this is an asset ID. Same with you. Okay, and then I think same with you. No, just sure. And then can we just like not 1 week maybe? Okay, cool. Okay, so asset ID Right. So the way this is going to work is we're going to say, hey, match the event unused. Okay. So first off, apparently unused is just a thing. Unloaded? No. What are you saying? What are you? So there's added, loaded with dependencies, modified, removed, unused. Okay. Let's just go with underscore. Don't trace that because that's dumb. So added. Emits whenever an asset is added. Okay. So don't do that. Let need update patch equals postpone dot get. Guess it's take waiting. Okay, and then we pass in ID like that. And then we go down here and we say take waiting and self.remove unwrap or default. Okay, don't unwrap or default it because that would just make a empty vector, which is pointless. Okay, so then we say it needs patch. Yeah. So we need passing ID, which means we need to change how this works because at the moment it's expecting a handle, which is not correct. It's an asset ID. Okay, and then we change that to an asset ID, and then we can go, hey, don't do that. And then you're also an asset ID. Okay. So then we go up here and we go, actually, I think maybe doing that's fine. Okay. Because I remember somewhere it said like unreported. If you call a vector without specifying a size, it doesn't actually allocate any memory. It just uses the stack and just has the size set to 0. So I think it's .id. Okay, cool. So we need to do. Okay, so take waiting. So what we need access to is mute sprites, which is a query for the sprites. Interesting. So then we go. Wait, what? I did it again. Pulled in the fucking wrong query. Go away. How did I even end up with a second text? Okay, weird. So we're going back down here. I'm gonna go, hey. So we're gonna say for need patch. No, don't do that. So okay, so we're gonna say image loaded with dependent entities. Okay, cool. So then we go here, we go, okay, so for need patching, need patch. If let sprite get, no. I'm gonna say if let okay. Mute sprite. equals sprite.get. Okay, what are you doing? Go away. No. If let do this, else, config, feature equals log, failed to get sprite or entity. Okay, then we just say sprite dot set changed. Ta-da! Okay, then we this detects image loading, and then the same thing with modified is if let entity. What? No. Why do you do this, AI? We're dumb. It's if let sum set equals postpone dependencies dot get. Don't get mute. What are you trying to do? You don't even need to do this because it's either there or it's not. Get dependent, and then for dep in set So the idea is that, like, if you modify one, it goes, hey, these are all the sprites that actually use that. Now, we do have the slight issue if you modify it, it may end up in more than one. But that should be fine, because it just means it gets updated more than once. Like, it should be fine. Anyway, the idea now is that when I do this, it should automatically populate it when the image is loaded. The answer is no. Is it because I never actually added the system? That may in fact be the problem. Detect image finished loading. Detect image. It's not just checking if it's loading now. It's checking to see if it's dependent as well. So the idea is that we basically go, hey, like if I get here and I go, hey, you're not loaded, I chuck you in the waiting to be loaded category, and then when it is loaded, this happens. Done. Okay, cool. See? And it says loaded with one dependency. Image index 6 generation 0 loaded with one entity. Okay, and then it told me I'm ready. Okay, lovely, lovely, lovely. That is going to end today's stream. Thank you all for tuning in. It was good fun actually making something that works. Let's commit this to my Git and go right and go add detect update patch when image loaded. Change. If image loads or is modified, update. Okay. Well, cool. I will publish that later when I get time onto GitHub. If anyone actually wants to use this thing. It's kind of terrible at the moment, but I'll continue working on it tomorrow. But again, thank you all for tuning in. It's been fun. You got to find the end stream button, wherever that happens to be. And apparently I've been running a virtual camera this entire time. Right.